tan car?
No.
You don't know anything about whether those people even knew each other?
No.
You don't know whether or not there was any surrounding circumstances that precipitated this?
No.
You don't know whether or not the gold car initiated anything?
No.
You just came upon a scene and just whatever it is that you described is what you described in the time frame that you saw it?
That's correct.
And the whole time, how long do you think that was?
From the time I saw the black car or just from that interaction?
From the, I guess what you described like a popping sound.
That's correct.
From like the popping sound.
It happened so quickly.
15 seconds?
No. It's probably longer than 15 seconds. Maybe 20, 30 seconds.
20
It was
30
less than a minute.
Less than a minute, 20
Yes.
or 30 seconds. And you said that the person in the black car had on a mask, right?
Was putting on a mask.
Was putting on a mask.
Correct.
But you couldn't see anything about their face, is that right?
I could see from their nose down.
Okay. And you said that you couldn't, I think you had stated earlier that you couldn't see whether or not there was markings or tattoos or anything on their face.
No, I don't think anyone asked me that.
Okay. And you described them having on dark colored clothing, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And when you say dark colored clothing, were you talking about top and bottom?
I was talking about the top.
You were talking about the top. So when you said clothing, you didn't mean bottom.
No,
Did you describe the bottoms?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you describe anything about the lower half of that person's clothing?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Just that a mask and dark clothing is what you said?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said that you saw an assault rifle, is that right?
Yes.
And you're not a person, I mean, are you a gun aficionado?
I am not.
Okay, so you weren't sure?
I knew it wasn't a regular gun,
Okay.
but I wasn't sure what it was. That's why I said it seemed to be an assault rifle.
Okay. You said that you were subpoenaed to be here.
Yes,
Who subpoenaed you?
the prosecution.
Okay. And you said that there was a lot of construction going on the highway on this day?
Correct.
And this was in November, is that
Yes.
right?
Uh-huh.
Of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was not warm outside, is that right?
It was not warm outside.
Okay. And you described that that car in the video, in the foreground of the video, as just a tan four-door sedan?
Yes.
But that car also came up next to you or on the other side of you. In other words, it was close to you as well.
Yes, I was close to the tan car from the time I got on 35.
You were close to the tan car from the time that you got onto 35?
From I-20, yes.
From I-20,
Mhm.
okay. So was the tan car on I-20 with you?
The tan car was on 35 already.
Already?
Yes.
Okay, and as you were merging,
Correct.
you came together with the tan car?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where the tan car was coming from?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know where the black car was coming from?
I could see as far back as Wintergreen on 35. I noticed that's where I noticed him that far back.
Okay, so the black car was coming all the way from Wintergreen and 35?
Yes. It looked like Wintergreen or like where 35, let's see, it's right before you can get off on 20 West, I believe.
Okay, so it's before or after the I-20 entrance?
Before.
Before I-20 and 35 come together,
Mhm.
You're saying you could see back past that?
Once I got on 35.
Okay.
Yes.
And that Wintergreen and 35 is where you saw the black car?
In that vicinity, yes.
In that vicinity,
Yes.
okay. But you're saying that the gold car was on 35?
Already, yes.
Not knowing where it came from?
I do not know where it came from.
I mean, you don't know where the black car came from?
I don't know where he's coming from.
And how many times have you met with the prosecution?
Twice.
Okay, and when was the first time you met with them?
I don't recall.
Okay, was it in 2025?
No,
Was it before 2025?
no,
Was it in 2026?
yes,
Okay, And so both times that you've met with the prosecution has been in 2026?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay. And during those meetings, did they provide you with information about the allegations in this case?
No,
Did they tell you the name Keywan White?
I don't recall.
Did they tell you, did they say anything to you about somebody named MO3?
Yes,
Did they say anything about somebody named Melvin Noble?
yes,
Did they say anything about somebody named Marquise Conway?
yes,
Did they say anything about somebody named Yella Beezy?
yes,
Did they give you a description of what the allegations were?
no,
They just told you those names?
yes,
And did they ask if you knew those people?
yes,
Do you know those people?
I do not.
I think you described the person on the highway as not skinny, but not a big guy,
From what I could see, yes.
okay? And that they were about 5'8",
I was guesstimating, yes,
okay, and about 180 pounds.
correct.
And just finally, you don't have any idea why the shooting occurred?
I do not.
I'm gonna pass the witness at this time.
State.
None further from the state.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objection.
Defense, may this witness be released?
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you are free to step down right now, but please stay in touch with the state and the defense in case they need to recall you, okay?
So stay here?
You don't have to stay here.
Okay.
But you are under my instructions not to discuss your testimony with
Okay.
anybody else.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, would y'all like a short break? Yes? Okay, let's take a 15-minute break and be back at 11:30. Let's take 11:30.
All rise.
I'll ask her.
Well, no, I mean, not right. Like, okay. Okay. Right. I can make sure, okay, just so that's everybody.
What did you go across? Marcations.
I don't know.
savings too?
Yeah, that's tough. I'm on 30.
New season, new space. Unlock major savings during the Living Spaces Labor Day event and level up your home aesthetic. Plus, get free shipping as soon as next day. Your dream home is closer than you think. Catch these massive Labor Day event savings only at Living Spaces.
That's crazy, you right there?
Yeah, somebody was just filming.
Yeah, they're supposed to put traffic in that. There's only 139 people out there. So shit, they better, all the buses just got sent out there, they get back, send us back to wherever they got openings.
She ain't gotta work out red.
Hopefully you can go through the warrant.
Hopefully.
That's our shoot.
Well, they ain't say how to go over. Like, go.
Yeah, they give me the option over once.
So they like, what, freeze the classes or?
They got to, I mean, they ain't got no boss.
Microphone for. That's how it sounds.
Yeah, just anybody. Nobody's left on anything on council's table, right?
Hi, we're Yella, the Grammarly for speech. Yella uses generative AI to help enablement leaders provide pitch certification at scale. With Yella, your reps can practice their pitch, respond to real-time AI objections, and get coaching based on your company's enablement method. At the end of their practice, they'll receive a report with pitching insights, pacing, objections handled, talking points missed, and suggestions.
All right.
You don't need to say it.
I do know that.
agree with the best way. I think the best way I want it.
Yeah, we can.
May we approach briefly?
Yes. But go ahead and bring the media person over here. Go ahead. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that y'all are not able to capture what's being discussed between counsel and defendant, or between counsel from your feet. I know I've had this discussion with you all in the past, that you are not getting conversation, private conversation from counsel table.
I haven't heard those kind of conversations. I'm
Okay,
hearing,
that's not the question, is you're not catching those conversations back there. Is that right?
correct.
Okay, so let's make sure that's not happening, and also that nobody's able to capture anything from the laptop screens
Okay.
from council. Those are just standing orders that I've had to press. I wanted to make sure, because there were concerns about that.
Okay.
Okay?
Did I do something wrong?
No, I'm
Okay.
just making sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay.
That concern was brought up to me just now, and I wanted to make sure that y'all are not doing that, right? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay.
All rise.
Y'all need to see it. We're back on the record. The record will reflect that the defendant is present, was returned, stated to be present, the jurors are present and seated. State, call your next one.
State calls Tracy Kaplan.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. State name, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Hi, Marissa. My name is Tracy Kapler.
And do you mind spelling it for the record, please?
TracyKappler.
Thank you. You doing okay today?
I'm doing good.
Good. Where are you from originally?
Well, I live here in the Dallas area.
Okay, how long have you lived here in the Dallas area?
Since I'd say the early 90s. I had a short stint in Phoenix, Arizona, but I'm back in Dallas now.
I want to take you back to November of 2020. Do you remember
Yes, I was selling dealership software.
Okay, and did that require you to do some traveling?
Yes, I was considered a road warrior. I was out in dealerships and talking to franchise owners and meeting with them in person.
On the afternoon of November 11th of 2020, what were you doing that day?
I had some sales calls in South Dallas, the Duncanville area, DeSoto, and so I went to 3 car dealerships that morning. So I lived in North Dallas at the time, and so I was on my way down there and decided to get to the dealerships when they first opened.
Do you remember the highway that you were traveling on to get to those dealerships?
I was traveling on 35 for the most part. Yeah, going south and then coming back up northbound.
And what did you observe that day?
The traffic was at a regular pace of about 65, 70, and it started slowing down considerably that day.
Did something happen to cause the traffic to slow down?
I wasn't really sure what it was. I thought, maybe an accident. Everybody assumes when the traffic slows down, there's probably an accident or, something in the road that people are having to move over for. Could be rubber from truck tires or whatever.
Once that traffic started slowing down, did something happen, or what did you see?
I was in the center lane, and the traffic kind of started to slow down more like an abrupt stop. And so as the traffic was slowing down, I could hear a lot of racket. And I didn't know what that was, but as I was looking around, I saw 2 men on the road right in front of me, and one of them had a very large gun, and another man was running in front of him and chasing him. And so I was just like kind of in shock, something you just don't see every day. It was about lunchtime, about noon, and so that's what I was observing as I was driving.
You said you heard a racket. Can you describe what that racket sounded like?
I could hear like banging, like just a lot of bang noise. And when I saw what was going on, I was like, oh my gosh, there's a man with a gun. And so I realized what that was.
You said there was a man he was chasing a guy in front of him, is that right?
Yes.
When that started happening, what was going through your mind?
I was in shock first of all, it was like realizing this is really happening. Like I'm in traffic and there's an ambush on the freeway, is the way I would describe it. And so, it's startling.
When you see these men running towards you, were they on your side, which would have been the driver's side, or were they even coming down on the passenger side?
No, they were on the driver's side, on my side.
And how close did they get to you?
As these 2 men were running, the bullets and the gun shooting became louder and louder. And so I had, things that are going through my mind. Do I sit up and watch the whole thing? Do I put my phone on video or, try to call 911 right away? And then my third thought was to, I need to hide and pray. And so...
So what did you do?
Well, I observed, the 2 men, and I kind of made a mental note of what I saw. And, the third thing that I did was I put my car in park, and I got down in the bottom of the floorboard and I prayed. Because the gunshot became so loud, and I could feel like the bullets were coming around me, all around me.
When you decided to duck, how close were those 2 men in front of
So there was a car in front of me, and roughly there was like a truck in front of that car. And so right around where the truck was, kind of at the back of the truck, is about when I like
Hannah here, and welcome back to the Arco Rewards Replay Center. Today was a win for our Arco Rewards customer. Take Tara at Pump 4. She refueled for her trip to watch her favorite team play and saved up to $1 per gallon with Arco Rewards. Let's watch that play in slow-mo. What a save!
Before you ducked and you saw those bullets flying, was that just coming from one gun, or were there, the guy that was running, did he also have a firearm?
The man that was being chased did not have a firearm. I could see it looked like he was carrying a black phone in his hand. So he didn't have any gun that I saw. It looked like a square object.
At any point, the man that was being chased, did he ever turn around towards or extend an arm towards the person that was chasing him? If you saw it.
I didn't see an arm being turned around. I didn't. All I saw was the gunman, and then a gentleman in a purple jumpsuit, in front of him. So I was like, I made a note of what I saw, like what they were wearing and kind of what they looked like. So that's what I made a note of. But I didn't see any person in the front with any type of gun whatsoever. I looked like he was carrying a cell phone.
Oh, so once you ducked, what happened next?
I could still hear a few more bullets, but then it was like, I don't know, time just seemed to like stop for just a minute, but I kind of popped back up when I didn't hear any more sound. And so I wanted to look around. I was thinking, well, if somebody was being shot, somebody's probably either, right about, where my car was, is where, the man fell, the man in the purple jumpsuit. And then I wanted to look up to see where the gunman was. I didn't know if he was going to be pulling the trigger on me or, somebody else, because we were witnesses. So I was looking around, on freeways. I didn't know if he came from a vehicle or, I don't know where he came from or where he ran to. So, I mean, he was already gone.
Roughly how many shots or how many bullets could you hear coming from that gun?
I don't know. I actually heard that they recovered about 44 shots. I don't know, but I heard. I don't know. I don't.
Excuse me.
Yes.
When the parties say objection, you need to.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I'll give my ruling.
Okay.
And you can
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay.
All right.
As the jury disregard
Disregard what?
her statement, that she was objected to hearsay, say she can still talk to him.
Okay, the jury will disregard what the witness said about what she heard.
Ms. Kaplan, if you can only just answer off of your own personal knowledge.
Okay. Okay, so you asked me about how many bullets I heard or what?
How many shots?
Shots?
Did you hear? Was it one? Was it a couple? Was it many?
I heard many. I didn't count the number of shots. This particular, I think, gun was, I don't know what guns are, but the guns,
Ma'am,
yes.
as I said, when the attorney stand up to make an objection, you need to pause.
Okay, sorry.
Objection, non-responsive,
Sustained.
So you said that there were many.
There were many shots, yes. That's,
What happened when you popped up again once the shots stopped coming?
the man in the purple jumpsuit was moving. He was moving from side to side. He was behind a car wheel, like in the back, like he had fallen over. And so he was moving. And then the man in front of me in the car got out, and he was like in blue scrubs. So he must have put his car in park or whatever. And
Objection to there, to be honest.
Sustained.
You said there was a man that was, he was parked in the car in front of you. He was
Yes.
wearing blue scarf, is that right?
yes,
What happened when he got out of the car?
he went over to the man on the road and began performing life resuscitation. He was, pumping his chest and doing what he could. He was in blue scrubs.
Did you get out of your car at any point?
I did eventually. I got out because I wanted to make a mental note of what I saw.
Did you call 911?
I tried and I couldn't get through. I tried before I got out of my car, I tried to call 911 and I couldn't get through.
And did you have your phone with you that day?
I did.
Did you do anything with your phone that day?
I took a few quick shots of my surroundings, of what I saw in front of me, not to post them on social media, but to make a mental note. I saw shell cases around my car. I also was looking to see if my car got hit. I didn't feel that my car got hit, but I didn't know because it was really loud. So I was just observing what I saw.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ms. Kaplan, we've met before, is that right?
Yes.
And these images that you see, you're looking at State's Exhibit 47 as well as State's Exhibit 48, is that correct?
Yes.
And you recognize these photos?
Yes.
And I'm also handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49, which is a disc. Do you remember that there were some photos on this disc that you took?
Yes.
And when you took a photo, what kind of phone do you have?
I have an iPhone.
Sometimes when you take a photo, does it captions live photos, is that
Yes.
right? And what's a live photo?
A live photo on an iPhone, when it's taken, you could see like repetitive images, almost like a short video.
And those images,
Yeah. So yeah, when I use it right now, it's like sometimes if somebody has their eyes closed, you could go back a little second or go forward and have a picture with their eyes open. So a lot of times it's set on my phone.
and the disc, it looks like it's videos, but it's not a video. In fact, it's just a live photo. It shows
Right.
movement, is that correct? Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 47, 48, and 49 that have been previously tendered to defense for all purposes.
Would you describe 47 and 48 again for the record
Yes, Your Honor, 47 and 48 are photos
of the scene? Or from 49?
of the scene, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna object to, State's Exhibit 47, 48 for best evidence rule and prejudicial, more prejudicial than
Let me
probative.
see 47 and 48. Okay, what's the state's response?
Your Honor, this shows exactly what the witness saw that day. I believe it's relevant to know about the murder and how the victim looked right after being shot.
Your objections of the rule, state's exhibits 47 and 48 are admitted.
Would you like
Any
to-
objections to 49?
No objection, Your Honor.
State's exhibit 49 is admitted.
Commissioner Publish?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Kaplan, there's a screen to your left in just in case if you can't see. State's Exhibit 49, these are the live photos that you took from your phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Looking at State's Exhibit 49, this is the live photo that you took, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you described, when you looked up, that the victim was on the freeway but still moving, is that right?
Yes, he was moving his head.
Well, this image, you said that there was a man with blue scrubs that got out of his car that was directly in front of you, is that right?
That's correct.
And is this that man that was trying to perform life-saving measures for?
Yes, that was the man that I saw. And the first photo, that was his car.
You said the first photo, ma'am?
Yep, well, the other photo where the car was next to the man on the road, that was his car in front of me.
This photo, or this live photo, this shows when Dallas Fire and Rescue and police officers have started arriving to the scene, is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, I chose to get seated back in my car.
This image just will just show what you saw and what you observed that afternoon, is that right?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 47 is just that screenshot from that first live video that we saw.
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 48, again, is a screenshot from that live photo.
Yes, it is.
Did you, at the time that this happened, did you know who the man in the purple jumpsuit was?
I didn't know who he was. I didn't know the person that was chasing him either.
Thank you, Ms. Kaplan. I'll pass it on, Mr. Mrs. Kaplan.
Dad, what's with the parrot? It's to remind everyone that Sit and Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price or your mattress is free.
Right now, save up to one.
Freeway to get on 35 heading north.
I can't remember. The last dealership that I visited was Mac Hayek in DeSoto. So I'm trying to remember what that entrance was. It was maybe close to Wheatland or something. I can't remember.
And approximately, are you familiar with 35 North?
Yes, I am. And that was close to the zoo where that incident occurred.
Okay. And you were close to the zoo, and is that when you first saw, by the time you saw, were the two men out of the car, or were they inside the cars?
I saw two men out of the car.
Okay, so you don't know what cars, or you would be speculating to know what cars each man got out of?
I did not know that day, no.
Okay. And were you, I suppose when you're taking these pictures, as we look at State's Exhibit 48, your car is behind these pictures, is that correct? Your car's no longer, it's not put in these pictures. Can you see your car in these pictures?
Not that picture.
Okay.
No, there was I think another picture you could see the front of my car.
Okay. And you said when you saw, when this happened, you were behind the Kroger truck, is that for you?
If there was in the picture, it looks like there was, the man from the scrubs had his car, there was the guy in the green shirt with the truck, like the F-150, and I think there was another, a big semi in front of it. If that was the Kroger truck you're referring to, I guess so.
Okay.
I don't know what truck that was.
Okay.
I don't remember that day.
Okay, all right. When the two individuals were coming towards you, you said you were going through what your three options were. Should I stop and look? Should I call 911? Or should I get down on the floorboard? And you decided to get down on the floorboard. Is that correct?
I hid. Because the bullets were, the noise was getting louder.
Okay. And do you recall saying that it was about 4 or 5 gunshots that you heard that day?
There was a lot more than 4 or 5.
Do you recall telling the police that you heard about 4 or 5 gunshots?
I heard gunshots around me. I didn't count how many gunshots. I don't know.
And you heard gunshots around you, but you were not looking as the gunshots were going because you were on the floorboard, right?
I looked for a while.
Okay.
As I saw what was coming down on the freeway. I saw a little bit before I decided to get in my floorboard.
And is it fair to say the man that had the rifle or the gun had on a mask?
I don't know if it was a mask. To me, when I was seeing it, it looked like a dark hoodie with the hood up, and like the hoodie was zipped up. I didn't know if it was a mask. My recollection when I'm talking about this, to me it looked like a hoodie.
And and you've never identified anybody in this case, have you, as a person with a firearm, right?
I haven't identified anybody. No, this is my first time to talk about this, other than the detective who asked me about it.
And you don't know the reason why the shooting occurred?
I do not.
And do you recall talking to the police and you described that the person was wearing a long sleeve cream top? Do you recall that?
I said I saw a man with it was a gray and black top.
Young man, first witness?
You may. And if there are any exhibits that have already been tendered, they need to be over here on the court reporter's desk.
Do you recall talking to the police officer when you were out on the scene?
There was some questions out on the scene.
Okay, did you ever go to the detective's office and talk to anyone?
No, the detectives came to me.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you just to refresh your memory. You can't read from there, but looking at this sheet of paper, does it refresh your memory?
Your Honor, I don't object to improper impeachment. I'm not sure what the witness is looking at to refresh her memory.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you recall giving a statement to the police of what the shooter was wearing?
I said the shooter, I could remember a couple of things. I could remember seeing the shooter had pants on where I could see his underwear. I could see some gray, like from the bottom, and I said I have a recollection of a darker top. So,
would it surprise you that you told the officer that the shooter had on a long sleeve cream top?
that would surprise me.
And you didn't give a written statement in this case, did you?
I did not give a written statement.
And you don't know if your statement to the police was recorded?
I didn't see any recording device. I didn't agree to any recording device on the side of the road.
And did you know the gentleman that was, that the doctor was performing life resuscitation?
I didn't even know he was a doctor until we were waiting to give our statements.
Did you know the gentleman that had been shot?
I did not know the gentleman who had been shot.
And did you meet with the prosecutor on this case? Prior to testimony, did you meet with the prosecutor on this case?
Are you talking about the DA and
Yes.
investigators? Yes, I had a meeting with the investigators.
How many times have you met with them?
I met one time with the investigator, and then I had another meeting about a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks ago.
And did they give you anything to read to refresh your memory?
I didn't have anything to read.
And did y'all, when you met with prosecutors, did they ever ask you about what, any discrepancies in your testimony as to what you may have told the police, as to what you may have told them when you were talking to them?
I was not pointed out any discrepancy. I said the man had a light face. That's all I said.
Yes or no response to your. Hey, did you know where the fire, where the gentleman that was holding the gun and the person that was shot, did you know where they were coming from? Did you see them get on the freeway at all?
I didn't see him get on the freeway.
Okay.
No, they were, the people were coming from north. They were running southbound, because I was going northbound on 35.
And do you know anything about their relationship at that time on November 11th, 2020?
I have no recollection of any, I don't know anything about those two men.
You're not past witness.
State,
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
may this witness be released?
Who would like to subject her to recall, ma'am?
All right. Ma'am, you are free to step down right now, but stay in touch with the state and the defense in case either party needs to recall you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marissa.
State, call your next witness.
Say we call, DFR Gallardo.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
I guess just now afternoon.
Yes, sir.
I know you're in your class A's, but could you please introduce yourself to this jury and spell your first and last name for the court report?
My name's Ricardo Gallardo, Ricardo. Last name Gallardo, Gallardo, and I am a fire rescue officer, paramedic for Dallas Fire Rescue.
Gallardo, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I butchered, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
All right, so you're with DFR, or Dallas Fire and Rescue,
Yes, sir.
DFR for short.
Correct.
You nervous?
A little bit.
You ever testified before?
Never, first time.
All right. Well, I just want to kind of go just briefly. What is your official role with DFR? I guess let's start there.
I'm a fire rescue officer, and I also perform paramedic duties or advanced life safety.
And is that part of the training that have both of those qualifications?
Yes, sir.
Can you just walk the jury through some of your training and experience to become a fire rescue officer as well as the paramedic status?
Fire rescue, just pretty much a fire academy, fire training, teaches you, you know, what you do on the fire engine, fire truck. As far as the paramedic training and doing more medical calls, life threatening calls, and some that are not so life threatening, you go through a few months or several months of paramedic school, clinicals, and various tests to get certifications to become a paramedic.
And do y'all continue training throughout your 15 years? Have you continued to take training to keep yourself up to date?
Yes, we do quarterly training and probably a little bit more than that throughout the year to keep up with our skills.
Okay. And on November 11, 2020, do you remember that day?
I do remember most of the day, but if you were to tell me that was a day, I wouldn't have known that was the exact date, I guess.
Do you remember, or do you recall an incident responding to an individual who'd been shot on the freeway I-35?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Now, I'm going to show you what's previously been published as State's Exhibit 48. Shame it's been marked as State's Exhibit number 52, which is just notice of intent to use business records. For the business records that I'm about to show you, State's Exhibit 53. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, that is EPCR, which is a report of all the interventions or incident that happened that we have to fill out regarding patients, every patient that we run across.
And are these made every time you have to respond to an incident?
Yes, they are.
And are these made at or near the time of the actual incident that you've responded to?
Yes.
And does this incident, or is the incident that you responded to out on the highway reflected within State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, sir.
State would offer State's Exhibit 52 for record purposes and State's Exhibit 53 for all purposes previously tendered to the defense counsel.
No objection to 53 and record 52.
52 for record purposes, 53 for all.
Thank you. Exhibit 53 is admitted for all purposes. State's Exhibit 52 is admitted for record purposes.
Now, DFR Gallardo, you can't read directly from this, but I'm going to ask you some questions. So if you need to refresh your memory, you can take a second to look at it and refresh your memory. But specifically on this, in Stage 48, is this the incident that you responded to on the freeway in November of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Where were you coming from that morning when, or I guess midday, about this time actually, where were you responding from to get to this location?
I don't remember if we actually got our call from the station, which is on the north side of where the incident happened, but we were traveling south on 35 to come back and go northbound 35 where the incident was assigned at.
And how would you describe y'all's ability, well, let's go through this first, I guess. In a situation where DFR are responding to where somebody has been shot, who or how many, who and how many people get dispatched to a location like that?
You get an engine and an ambulance, which would be on an engine is a 4-man crew, and an ambulance would be a 2-man crew. You get that just so you can have more hands and a little bit more help, because it is a serious call.
And that's general protocol on DFR for shooting, that an engine would respond, a 4-man crew on that engine, 2-man crew on the ambulance.
Correct.
And are
You would have at least two of the four would be paramedics as well.
Okay. So 2 paramedics on the ambulance, 2 paramedics on the engine.
Correct.
Now, when you responded out there, was it easy to get to the location where the victim was at?
No, as we were going southbound on 35, we noticed the traffic was bottleneck and it was standstill traffic. So when we turned around, we knew we had to go up an exit, and I was on the ambulance that day. We turned around and went against traffic to come back towards where the incident was.
So you went northbound in the southbound lane? Or did you go
No,
southbound?
we went southbound in the northbound 35 lanes.
And at that time, I believe there was construction, is that fair?
Honestly, I don't remember the construction just because there was so much traffic and it was already standstill, but from my time being in that area, there was plenty of construction going on throughout those years.
Sure. And once you arrived, what did you observe initially when you arrived on the scene? Was here in State's Exhibit 48, it appears to be somebody wearing scrubs, trying to do life-saving measures. What did you observe as far as the victim and what was going on with the victim when you arrived on the scene?
When the rescue arrived on scene, the fire engine had already been on scene before us.
Okay.
So they're the ones that radioed us in and said it was safe for us to come against traffic to get there. So when we got there, we had some of our members already performing CPR or trying to put pads for a monitor on the victim. I did not see this picture or this gentleman in scrubs performing any kind of life-saving activity on this gentleman. There was a previous ambulance there that I believe was a private agency, and they had their stuff on the ground or on the street trying to help, but as soon as we got there, DFR took control of the situation. We took out our own equipment and started loading the gentleman onto a stretcher and into the ambulance.
Sure. And these, I think we've all probably seen them on the roadway, some of these private ambulances. They are separate and apart from Dallas Fire and Rescue.
Correct.
And so when you arrive on a scene like that, is it your preference to use your instrumentation, your stuff, as opposed to somebody else's?
Absolutely.
And why would that be?
Just protocol, and obviously we'd be more familiar with our tools and theirs.
Sure. And as far as what condition, once you arrived, and I realized there was other paramedics from the engines that were already trying to save Mr. Noble. But what did you observe as far as the state and condition of Mr. Noble at that point?
Obviously, you could tell he was pulseless and not breathing. Plenty of blood on the ground, and I mean, at that time, people's gloves and loading them on the stretcher, it's all over our equipment as well. So that's what I remember from the initial contact.
And you were in the ambulance that day.
Yes, sir.
Were you in the ambulance that transported Mr. Noble from the scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
Now you said that he wasn't breathing and that lack of pulse, correct?
Correct.
What, in that situation, when somebody is exhibiting those symptoms, what does your protocol tell you to do as far as trying to perform any type of life-saving measure?
So we would obviously try to tend to the significant severe wounds. In this case, we would try to stop the bleeding, try to stop all the trauma that he had, and then start to perform chest compressions and go through our chest or our CPR protocol.
And at some point, did somebody perform a chest needle decompression?
Not that I recall, but I believe in situations like this, gunshot wound, it wouldn't be, you would be able to do that in this situation. But I don't recall it happening in front of me.
Do you want to check it and see if it is in those records, business records, whether
Yes,
or not
sir.
it was done? And if it refreshes your memory, let us know.
It is on there, it's marked on there, performed by another paramedic.
And what would the purpose be of a chest needle decompression?
So usually when you get trauma like this to your body, you get some air in the chest cavity that compresses against your heart and prohibits it from working the way it does, or it's supposed to. So the needle decompression would pretty much pop that air pocket and relieve the pressure from the heart.
And what would it do in terms of internal bleeding?
It would relieve, like I said, mainly it's for relieving the pressure and help with breathing because it would be more of a collapsed lung issue.
So if you had internal bleeding pressing down on your lungs, would that be a situation that could help?
Correct.
Once you were able to, do you recall approximately?
Fulfill your everything orders with ShipBob.
Once he was placed, or once you're there, is he then placed on a stretcher? How does that take place? Where do you go from here?
When we got there, we came down with our equipment. Our members that were already, performing chest compressions and all that. So we bring a backboard to be able to load them onto the stretcher easier, put them on a stretcher, and take them to the back of our ambulance where we have most of our equipment, or it's easier for us to work as a team. And in situations like this where it's out and open in the public, we don't want to really perform life-saving in front of everybody or the public, too many people on the road.
Probably not a safe place either.
Correct, especially with all the traffic, correct.
Also more tools inside the ambulance.
Correct.
Now, once you get inside the ambulance, what measures did y'all take outside of just CPR, chest compressions?
We try to get IV established on these members so we can replenish the fluids that they've lost, in this case blood. So we try to keep them alive with that, and also try to breathe for them since they're not able to breathe on their own.
And what about sodium bicarb?
Sodium bicarb, yes sir.
What do y'all do with that?
We give it to them just to reverse certain symptoms that they might have.
And explain that if you can to the jury.
Pretty much in this case, if he's losing too much oxygen and he has bad oxygen in his body, in layman's term, we would give him that to reverse his O2 sats pretty much.
Because at this point, again, no pulse, no breathing.
Correct.
Once you have him in the back, he's on the backboard, on the stretcher, into the back of the ambulance, y'all start doing this, and then where do you go from there?
At this point, the hospital is really close to us, so we are taking them to Methodist Hospital.
And do you continue to, again, attempt to, well, I guess, regain any signs of life at that point?
Yes, we are doing continuous CPR, chest compressions, and trying to introduce various medication into his system from there to the hospital.
During the placement of him on the backboard and on the stretcher, are y'all looking to see or to identify how many times an individual has been shot?
Yes.
And did y'all do that in this case?
Yes, I don't remember the exact number of bullet holes he had.
Sure.
But we did know that there was at least more than 2 or 3.
And how did you know that?
Just visualizing him and all the blood that was being lost.
How would you describe his clothing at that moment?
He was wearing he was drenched in blood, and he was wearing a jumpsuit, tracksuit, I believe. But when we had him in the back of the ambulance, you pretty much take trauma shears and try to expose his body to identify all the wounds.
You said it was drenched?
Yes.
When you have, you don't sit there and try to identify every single gunshot wound. Is that fair?
I mean, for the most part, we're supposed to, and we're supposed to try and at least acknowledge, you know, the most obvious ones,
Sure. And what's the purpose of identifying those at that point?
just to try to get the most serious ones out of the way and try to stop the bleeding on the most serious ones.
And does that also help with once you take them to the hospital?
Yes, absolutely.
And how does that help when you take them to the hospital?
Just pretty much giving a report to the staff at the hospital and letting them know exactly what we got so they can have an advantage in helping them as well.
Sure. Trying to have as much information to provide to the ER once he arrives.
Absolutely.
Now, during your transfer, were you ever able to restore any sign of life, any vitals, pulse, oxygen, anything like that?
No, sir.
Did he show any sign of life once you arrived on scene to the time that you dropped him off at the hospital?
No, sir.
And just, I'm assuming it's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Methodist, was that the hospital that y'all ended up taking him to?
Yes,
That
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
So State's Exhibit 54 is just a notice of business, notice of intent to use business records. State's Exhibit 55, which are the Methodist medical records for Melvin Noble. We'd offer State's Exhibit 54 for record purposes only, Your Honor, and State's Exhibit 55, Melvin Noble's hospital records for all purposes.
No objection to 55, and then 54.
All right, State's Exhibit 54 is admitted for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 55 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, once you transport him to the hospital, thank you, Your Honor, permission to publish all of these to the jury?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Of course, the jury will have the opportunity to go back and look at all of this when they go back to deliberate, but once you arrive to the hospital, explain, if you can, just that transition of being in the back of an ambulance to somebody who's not showing signs of life and now getting them to the ER. Just briefly explain that, if you don't mind.
So usually when we go to the hospital with the trauma CPR like this, we usually have 3 members in the back of the ambulance and 1 person driving us. Maybe at this time it was 4. But we're performing CPR and chest compressions the whole way over there. Our goal is not to stop. So as we're bringing him off the ambulance in the stretcher, we're still performing CPR, go in the hospital doors. Nurse pretty much tells us which room they want him in. Still performing CPR. We transfer care. Doctor walks in or head nurse walks in. We give them our report, pretty much tell them gunshot here, gunshot wound here as well. We have no pulls. We've never received pulls, or we have, and then just transfer care from there.
As far as your role in this case, was that the extent of what you did in this case?
Yes, sir.
This location is in Dallas County, in the state of Texas.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Thanks.
Sir, how should I refer to you? Sergeant or lieutenant?
No, just fire rescue officer
Okay,
or paramedic.
Okay, so you were on the ambulance that arrived, is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that your engine or the fire truck had already gotten there, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you guys came after the fire truck?
Yes.
Okay, and when you arrived, there were 2 people in your ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got there, it had taken you a while to get there, is that right?
Correct.
You said there was a private agency ambulance, is that correct?
Yes, private ambulance.
A private ambulance. And so how did private ambulances get on scene?
I think they were just on the road at that time, and
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh,
but
sorry.
I want to make sure I can, make sure that I'm being clear with my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you know how a private ambulance was performing any function before you arrived? You know how or why they were there?
I don't know that they were actually performing any function. I know that they brought down their equipment.
And so you don't, and I'm gonna ask you this question, so you don't know whether or not they were doing anything?
No, ma'am, I don't.
You just notated that they were there?
Yes, with their equipment on the ground.
with their equipment on the ground. You also said that you did not see the person that's in this picture do anything. Is that correct?
I didn't see this picture or the events in this picture.
Did you see this person in the blue down on the ground? Did you see him do anything when you were there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I
so
don't remember seeing this person.
You've never seen him before?
I don't remember seeing the person, that
Okay,
person
so
at that
once
time.
you got there, this person wasn't there?
Not that I saw.
Okay. And all of the things that you did, once you got on scene are part of your protocol, is that right?
Correct.
That's in any situation that you would arrive at, that maybe there were, somebody was shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know you said you don't know how many times the person was shot, is that correct?
I don't recall how many gunshot wounds they had.
And do you recall when you went into the scene, was it chaotic?
I would say it was chaotic because we were on the highway and people had to block traffic, and there was a lot of people out of their cars, which is not normal on traffic calls.
Sure. Were there a lot of people in the scene?
Yes,
Were there a lot of
more
people?
than usual.
Okay. And I'm so sorry, I don't want to talk over you, but I don't want you to talk over me.
Oh, I'm
either,
sorry.
okay? And the only reason is because this young lady has to take down everything that we're saying.
Absolutely.
Okay? Were there a lot of people walking through the scene?
Not when I got there. Our crew that was initially there had as well, I mean, nobody was around us at that time. So from the point that I got there was nobody walking around where the patient was and we were.
Okay, so you don't know what was going on before you arrived, right?
Correct.
Was there law enforcement there?
I'm not sure if there was law enforcement there yet or not. I don't remember that part.
Were there law enforcement on the scene when you arrived?
I don't remember that.
So you, and I don't, the question is, was there law enforcement? And I think your answer was you don't remember.
Correct.
Okay, so you don't remember whether or not the scene had been secured by law enforcement?
Right.
You don't remember whether or not it had been blocked off by law
It
enforcement?
had not been blocked off with tape or anything by law enforcement when we got there.
And there were people that, at least prior to you getting there, were driving through the scene?
I mean, the traffic was blocked completely. So
Okay.
there was no driving, no cars going by us when we were there.
As you were trying to get him on the stretcher, is that
Correct.
right? When you left, had the police arrived yet?
I don't know. I was in the back of the ambulance, unable to look outside.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not, even at that point, the scene had been, secured?
Right,
You don't know whether or not any of the evidence had been collected?
right.
You don't know whether or not anything had been preserved? Shot.
No.
Do you know anything about who this person was?
Oh, no, not at the time.
Did you have any information about, the car that this person was in?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anything about another car?
No,
Do you know anything about a third car?
no, ma'am.
Do you know anything about multiple people?
No.
So you don't know anything about anything?
I'm
Okay.
gonna object to argumentative.
May I rephrase? You don't know anything about what occurred?
You talking about now or at the time?
I'm talking about at the time only.
At the time, no. Obviously, we knew it was a victim that had gunshot wounds, and that's what we were tending to.
Okay, and I want to make sure that this is clear. Everything that you testified to today, is that from what you know back then, or are you testifying about things that you've learned since?
Things that I saw with my own eyes when I showed up on the scene.
So you're testifying about things that you knew back then,
Yes, ma'am.
not things that you've learned since?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then, have you met with the prosecutors in this case?
I have
How many times?
once.
And when was that?
Sometime this year, maybe a couple months ago, a few months
Okay.
ago.
And did they tell you anything about the allegations here today?
Can you explain allegations? What do you mean by the allegations?
Did they tell you anything about the fact there was a trial going on?
Oh, yes.
Somebody's accused of something?
Yes.
Okay. What did they tell you about it?
There's a shooting going on, and there was
Did
a
they
trial
give you
going
any-
on murder.
Okay, sorry. Did they give you any details about who anybody was involved?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness at this time.
Steve?
Nothing further from the state.
All right, need this witness be released? 1:32 now. Let's take a 1-hour lunch break and be back at 1:32. Remember, you are still under my instructions. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody. Do not talk to anybody else or each other about what you heard so far, because you haven't heard all the evidence, and you should not begin to deliberate, okay? All right, thank you.
All rise.
I've tried a lot of financial products and have a lot of accounts in different places. Wealthfront actually did better just by creating an automated product that diversifies across different asset classes, letting the automation run and letting long-term trends play out. By the time I turned 40, I was able to stop working for money.
Ready for Brazil? Trade the ordinary for something unforgettable. Choose the airline that gets you there with world-class confidence. Fly with LATAM and discover Brazil's icons and hidden gems.
We want to welcome in our viewers on YouTube or Fox Local, wherever you may be watching this. You have been, chances are, following the trial, the murder trial for Keywan White. He's accused of the 2020 murder of Melvin Noble, who went by the rap name MO3, a Dallas rapper. And then all tied into this is the prosecution saying that another Dallas rapper, Yella Beezy, whose legal name is Marquise Conway, allegedly paid Keywan White to roll out the murder. So the trial started today officially. We had 2 days of jury selection. Some people wondering what that might have meant. Was a deal going to be made? And it wasn't, at least not right now. And so the trial started today. We had opening statements from the prosecution and defense. Some legal experts will say opening statements goes a long way when it comes to the impressions that a jury has. I want you to take a listen at a snippet of those opening remarks.
There was a hitman on the highway. And that hitman, there was a hitman on the highway. And that hitman was the defendant, Keywan White.
And all the evidence that the state has is mere speculation, assumptions, and flawed conclusions for remerged.
So that was a little snippet of that. I want to bring in Eric Deep, hip hop journalist. You've been following the hip hop scene for more than about 10 years now. This case goes back to, at the heart of it, a feud between two rappers, according to the prosecution, Melvin Noble and Marquise Conway, or MO3 and Yella Beezy. When did this start to pop up on your radar that there was something going on between these two Dallas artists?
Yeah, for sure. I think I kind of want to paint the picture of Mo3 and Yella Beezy. At the time, Yella Beezy, I would say he was the bigger artist. He had Billboard charting hits, That's On Me, and
everybody know that one, right? That's the one I knew.
That's On Me, baby.
Yeah.
But then Back at It Again was another hit that he had. Mo3, I wrote an article that I called him the Boosie of North Dallas. And what I mean by that is like he's someone who was very respected on the underground level as far as like his mixtapes and his songs. Although they weren't charting, a lot of local rap fans, as we talked off camera, they knew his name and things of that nature. But yeah, I think it started around 2017 to 2019, leading up to 2020. There was a lot of like back and forth as far as like songs and like Instagram lives and things like that.
There's a lot of back and forth on both sides between both people.
Yeah.
And I know you'll probably get into this, but talking about, the defense for especially the person who's on trial right now, Keywan White, saying that these rappers had personas, right? And they're just making up characters. And what the jury will have to decide is, if that persona still committed a crime or if this is just made up life. But talk about how, it started to get violent. It went from just words to different shooting incidents.
Yeah, unfortunately that is the case when things escalate offline, from an online feud to offline. I think it really started around 2018, right? I think it's Mo3's friend, Roy Lee. He was someone that I guess it started with him, and then it kind of like escalated after that. I don't know if you're familiar with Roy Lee.
Yeah, no. Yeah. This case has made me familiar with a lot of things that I might not have known. And so you're seeing this, and a big part that was shown today is the video that you're seeing on the screen right now of this happened to be caught on camera. It was a Kroger delivery truck that happened to have a dash camera. This shooting happened in November of 2020 on 35, not far from the zoo. And today, 2 witnesses were put on the stand who were in these nearby cars, saying they saw a man get out. One woman said she saw White allegedly putting on the ski mask, pointed the rifle at her, and allegedly said, "B, get the F out of here."
Right.
And then another woman taking a stand saying that, she heard the shots, went to the floor, and then got out and take pictures for her personal evidence, thinking her car may have been hit or something, and had pictures of Melvin Noble on the ground when you saw this video, I mean, you've been watching this all morning too.
Yeah.
What did you make of the testimony by, I mean, the first person, Melvin Noble's mom, spoke. You know, you can't predict how someone acts on the stand, but I was shocked that there wasn't as much emotion. I don't know if certain questions weren't asked to provoke that, but
Yeah.
what did you make of just the morning of this case so far?
I think it was very emotional.
We don't want to get any copyright strikes, so we turn the sound down until the trial begins. We'll leave the visual on so you can see exactly what's going on.
Melvin Noble, talking about her son, talking about that he was a father. He was young, but talking about him being the father of 3 young kids at the time of the murder: a 1-year-old, 2-year-old, and 3-year-old children.
Right.
And then we heard from 2 witnesses. The first witness outright told the defense she didn't want to be there, but she was a key witness and could be a key witness in this. She said, "Oh, I saw this black car driving weird through traffic, then pulled over. I thought it was an accident." She said she asked the gunman. She thought he was going to help the person,
Right.
and then he allegedly pointed a gun at her and told her to leave. And so you see that video right there. I mean, this video, I think, is probably one of the biggest pieces of evidence outside of the prosecution eventually is going to have to prove or argue how he was allegedly paid for this.
Yeah.
That's a big part. Of course, right now, this is just day one. They're trying to set the scene. But
Once again, they'll be returning here shortly after lunch break. I cut the sound down so we don't have any copyright infringements while the broadcasters were on. I'll turn it back up as soon as the trial begins and the judge comes back in and instructs the jury to come back in the courtroom. So just be patient. I'll be back in very shortly.
And the evidence that the state is going to present to you is going to have you, the jurors, making leaps of faith. But I submit to you that this is not a church, this is a courtroom. And the law demands evidence. You're going to see that the state's case is riddled with speculations, assumptions, and flawed conclusions. Now, in what I already talked to you a lot about, beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the state's burden. They bought the indictment, they have to prove it. It's their capital murder case that is on trial. What are they going to be able to prove to you? It is not for you to use your imagination to help bridge the gap of their evidence. It is for you to demand that they bring you the evidence and close the gaps for you. Now you're going to hear, and I agree with the state, you're going to hear lots of things. But amassing information does not mean that the state has proven its case. You're going to hear about media, social media, associations, friendships, rivalries.
Your Honor?
Yes.
The next witness will be the medical examiner, and so I don't know how you handle that with the,
I said, you're going to hear a lot of it.
as far as,
Say that again?
I don't know how you handle that as far as the live.
So what you're looking at now, we're back live. The jury is back from lunch. And I just heard Tommy Adams, the prosecutor, tell the judge the next witness is the medical examiner. But then that's when you get into a lot of stuff that, a lot of words and stuff that normal people in juries probably aren't used to hearing. And so this part would be interesting. But we're going to leave you back in this trial. I'm going to wait till the judge says we're on the record. But right now, everyone's seated. You see Kewan White right there with the glasses talking to Free West co-counsel, and now the jury is being brought in right now. So keep watching. This is day one of the murder trial, the murder for hire trial for Kewan White and the death of rapper MO3, whose legal name was Melvin Noble, back in 2020. And we'll be back after court to recap this on Fox 4 starting at 4.
Y'all may be seated.
Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head, a million dreams I keep.
Present and seated. State, go ahead.
State calls Dr. Jeffrey Bernard.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all had some lunch. Very good. Doctor, would you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, doctor.
Afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Fine.
Would you mind introducing yourself to this jury and spelling your name for the court reporter, please?
Sure. Jeffrey Barnard, B-A-R-N-A-R-D.
And doctor, how are you currently employed?
I'm retired from Dallas County, but I currently work on a part-time basis doing autopsies in California.
And you said retired from Dallas County. How long did you work with Dallas County?
Over 37 years.
Okay. I want to kind of just go back and, as it relates to your background, training, experience. I know you testified probably hundreds of times in this courthouse.
Maybe more than that.
Yeah, I didn't want to say thousands, but you've testified quite a bit. So if you wouldn't mind just telling the jury a little bit about your training, background, and experience.
Yeah, I attended Texas A&M University and received a Bachelor of Science in Medicine degree. Attended Texas A&M College of Medicine and received my MD degree. I served a general surgery internship at Scott and White Hospital in Temple, Texas. I served a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Scott and White Hospital. I served a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology in Long Island at the Suffolk County Medical Examiner's Office. I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. I was and still am a professor of pathology at UT Southwestern Medical School. I worked during my internship, residency, and fellowship on a part-time basis as an emergency room physician. I'm the current chairman of the Texas Forensic Science Commission appointed by the governor.
And have you testified in state court, state court and civil court as an expert in pathology?
Yes.
Few or many times?
Many.
Your Honor, just want to ask the court to designate Dr. Bernard as an expert in pathology.
Any objection by the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, the court will designate Dr. Jeffrey Bernard as an expert in pathology.
Thank you. And so, Dr. Bernard, back in 2020, what was your official capacity with Dallas County at that time?
I was the director of the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences and the chief medical examiner for Dallas County.
And what were some of your job responsibilities and duties as the chief medical examiner for the Dallas County, or I'm going to say SWIFT, as the chief medical examiner and as the head of SWIFT?
Well, it's two different things, but as the director of the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, I oversaw both the criminal investigation laboratory as well as the medical examiner's office. So in the criminal investigation area, the crime lab, so to speak, I was administratively oversaw that. So that dealt with the employees, budgets, that sort of thing. As the chief medical examiner, I oversaw the medical examiner's office, all the other medical examiners, and I did autopsies as well.
Now, Doctor, I kind of want to just hop right into this. Did you perform an autopsy in IFS -20-21399-ME?
Well, the ME is just means of medical examiner, so,
Correct.
but the number is correct. I did that autopsy.
Okay. And Your Honor, this time I'd offer State's Exhibit 960, which is a copy of Dr. Bernard's CV previously tendered to the defense counsel.
Did you say 960?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objections to 960, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 960? Is it admitted? Is it
960?
960.
Yes.
Is it admitted for all purposes?
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, permission to move freely about the courtroom during testimony. Thank you. Now, Doctor, before we get into the actual report that you did in this case, can you tell us, Jerry, a little bit about what pathology is, what an autopsy is? Can you just kind of give them an overview of all this?
Yeah, so pathology itself is the study of disease. And forensic pathology is kind of a subspecialty of that, in which your job is to determine the cause and manner of death. And in so doing that, many times an autopsy is performed. And an autopsy is both an external and an internal examination of the body. And the external examination is that part of the exam which is performed prior to making incisions into the body. So that could be things as simple as color of the hair, color of the eyes. Those are all parts of the external examination. Also, if there are any injuries that are identifiable on the skin surface, those are documented. The internal examination is that part of the exam which is performed in which appropriate incisions are made into the body. The organs which reside within the body cavities are examined. Also during that you're looking for any sort of injury, and the organs are removed and any sort of natural disease, if present, are documented. Organs are weighed, they're dissected, and then ultimately placed back in the body for burial. Also during both the external and internal examination, fluids are removed for toxicology examination, that is drug testing.
And can you briefly describe when you receive a body in a homicide case, or when a body comes to you that it's suspected a homicide may be involved, how does that work?
Well, homicide, all bodies are brought in, the body bags are tagged, so they're sealed up. But in cases where you suspect that there's a homicide, well then an x-ray is performed before you open the body bag. That is, it's a scanning x-ray so that, you know, if there's a bullet that might be loose in the body bag, or as we've seen before, guns that are in the body bag, placed for some unknown reason. And then you get an idea of whether there are any projectiles that need to be recovered or anything else that may be recoverable.
Now, in IFS 20-21399, you stated that you did perform an autopsy, and did you perform or create a report regarding that autopsy that you performed?
Yes.
Dr. I'm showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit 5. And I'm also going to give you 6. And 6 through 35.
All right.
I'm also in State's Exhibit 4, which is already in evidence.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a long 2 days to start. The board. Doctor, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 4, 5, 6 through 35, I believe?
I am.
And what are State's Exhibits? First of all, we'll start with 5 and 6. What are State's Exhibit 5 and 6?
State's Exhibit 5 is a copy of the autopsy report I generated from the autopsy. 6 is actually part of the autopsy. It's the diagram where I listed out all the entrances, exits, gunshot wounds. And in the back part of that is the cause of death sheet. 4 is an identification photograph. And the rest of the photos 7 through 35 are autopsy photographs that I took at the time I did the autopsy.
Okay. And when you do an autopsy and you take photos, how many photos do you think you take, especially on an autopsy like the one we have here?
I took a large number of photographs. This is part of the photographs, it's not all of them.
Would you say that's a small or a large portion of the photos from the autopsy?
Yeah, I tend to think less is more rather than introducing 50, 60 photographs. Trying to get representative photographs is what I think is more important. So this would be a small number relative to the total.
Sure. And in preparation for your testimony today, you and I have met?
Yes.
And that was the group that you felt was the best representation for this jury to understand your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And also, I prepared a PowerPoint to use during the demonstration. Do you believe State's Exhibits 5, 6, and 7 through 35 would help aid the jury in understanding your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
State would offer State's Exhibits 5 through 35 for all purposes, as well as State's Exhibit.
In all this noise,
where do you stand?
here.
Which exhibit is in PowerPoint?
36
Do you want 4?
Oh.
We have no objections to State's Exhibit number 5, State's Exhibit number 6. We do object to State's Exhibit 7 through 28 as being overly prejudicial.
Let me see it. Exhibit 7 through 29.
And,
Let me see the remainder of the list. All right, what's the state's response?
Your Honor.
State 7 through 28.
Yes, Your Honor, this is an extremely complicated autopsy that was performed. There's I believe there's exactly 13 wounds to the victim itself, and I can develop some more testimony with Dr. Bernard to explain the complexity of this and the reason for him needing all of these photos and why we pared it down extensively from the total amount. And the probative value substantially outweighs the prejudicial value when it comes to proving a capital murder.
Are there photos in 7 to 28 that are duplicates
No, no.
of each other?
They're not duplicative.
Okay. And
The only thing would be some are a further away, but then a closer up to actually see, and so the doctor can explain the nature of the wounds themselves. So it might be the same.
so the state's saying that these photographs will aid Dr. Bernard in describing how this individual was killed or
Yes, Your Honor.
suffered.
And I believe that was his testimony as well.
All right, defense objections are overruled.
Okay, and we have no objections to 29 to 35, Your Honor, and 36, the state has implicated. Are or his implied that 36 is their PowerPoint and it's just a comprehensive version of the photographs and the medical report. As long as that is what is only on there, we're fine. Okay.
It is, and it's been previously tendered to defense counsel. Just makes it easier to go through with the document.
The defense doesn't have any objections to that. So, case exhibits 5, 6, 7 through 35, and 36 are admitted for alternate.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would y'all like to retreat, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll come with you.
Court has determined that the probative value of said exhibits outweigh the prejudicial effect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Issue made.
The state would also offer just for demonstrative purposes, its exhibit 6A, which is just a demonstrative, so Dr. Bernard can testify to the photos and where they're at. State 6 is in evidence.
So are we showing the one that's in evidence plus this one? I mean, I don't know how many he needs to be able to testify to.
This is the same thing that's already in, it's just for demonstrative, so he can show it while he can point to the location while the photos are on the screen.
State's exhibit 6 has already been admitted into evidence.
Correct, this is just a demonstrative of State's Exhibit 6.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Doctor.
Exhibit 6A is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Downs, can you back it up some?
Is the location okay for the defense?
No, Your Honor. Ms. Rice, I'm able to see.
Do you want to put it over there by the door? As before.
I was gonna have him step down, can y'all not see that?
Well, Mr. White has to be able to see it. Maybe he broke it, maybe he broke it.
I'm sure the jurors can see that, right? Okay. Can the defense see this diagram?
Yes.
All right, no procedure on it.
Issue made.
Thank you. All right, now, Doctor, I want to start with State's Exhibit 5, and you have a copy of your autopsy report, is that correct?
I do.
I want to start with State's Exhibit 5, first page here. What do we see in State's Exhibit 5?
Well, on the first page is, the upper portion is kind of the administrative aspect of it. That is the name of the individual, the case number, when the date and time of death, and then when the examination was performed, body weight, things like that. The middle box is where all the organ weights from the autopsy are listed. And then the next part begins the external examination. So the lower half is the external examination.
Now, as far as...
One second, I see the jury struggling to see some of the, can you all see this one as well? Okay, this is reflection. Is that better? Or worse? Better?
This one's the best.
That one's the best? Okay, all right.
Going on to the second page, what do we have here on the second page?
Well, page 2, the initial top part of it, a section we have called identifying marks and scars. So anybody that has scarring or tattoos or anything like that, that's the area where that is listed. Then the next part is evidence of therapy, so that whatever resuscitative procedures were performed, that's listed there. And then the next part is the evidence of injury, and I give a summation of the fact there are 13 rifle wounds, and they're numbered 1 through 13. They could have been, start with the letter A, but you have to identify them one way or the other. So I just picked the number. Does not mean that that's the number in which they occurred. And so then I start out with rifle wound number 1, and then moved on through all 13 of them.
Okay, and we'll go through that here in a second, once we actually start diving into your findings related to the actual wounds themselves. But again, that is all for the external examination of the decedent, correct?
No, I mean, once you get to page 2, the injuries have both the external and internal aspect of them.
Correct. This next portion on page 6 is where you though are going into the injuries, is that fair?
Well, that's after you described all of the injuries. And then I put a caveat in there saying that once these injuries have been described, I'm not going to be repeating them. And so then you go into the internal examination, and that's the area you describe those things which are separate and apart from the injury section. So it's like, what the heart looks like and that sort of thing. But if there was an injury to that organ, it would have been described above. It's not being described in the next part.
Correct. And so toxicology and all this is all coming, weights of organs has already been described. You have everything kind of sectioned out in this report, is that fair?
Right, I mean, it's a format that we fill in, and then there is a way that the report is generated. And so, you're doing them in a certain sequence, but then when it's all put together, it's in an organized fashion.
Now, we're going to go through each of the wounds individually. Again, this was in 2020, so on page 7, toxicology.
Harry's body wash with scents like sandalwood and cypress makes you smell expensive, but it can't make you filthy rich.
As far as what was checked, COVID-19, I mean, we were back in the middle of the pandemic at that time period.
Right.
Now, again, you said you were the chief medical examiner as well as the director of SWIS, but you still, in that capacity, you were still performing autopsies.
I did a full caseload while I was the chief and the director.
And in 2020, we were all pretty busy.
Yeah, we were busy, really busy.
Moving on to page number 8. Now, this portion, does it reference back to your earlier findings or your earlier comments regarding your examination?
Yeah, this is really a summation page. And this makes it easier for people to look at, in particular attorneys, so that it's kind of organized for them. Otherwise, you could leave that whole thing off. But then it requires people to go back and read through all the description of it. And so this is a summation page so that it's a little bit easier for people to understand.
And we appreciate that. So for example, here number 1, and again, when you number, for example, rifle wound of trunk and it's number 1, you number just based off the first one that you're talking about.
Yeah, you have to arbitrarily pick whatever your starting injury is. And like I said, I could call that A instead of 1, but I called it 1. And you pick one that you start with for whatever reason, be it it's the highest one up or whatever. So it's my determination what I'm going to call number 1.
Sure. Your Honor, I'm going to do this over there actually by him so that as he's talking about the ones, it makes it a little bit easier. And Doctor, if you want to, as you described at our point, if you want to point at any of these as we go through them, especially as we're going through some of the photos.
Sure.
And again, the jury will have this and they can go back and we're going to talk about all of these as we look at the photos, but each one of the wounds that you've notated in your report and on your diagram, these findings are what are towards the end. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Now you discussed an x-ray here in State's Exhibit number 9. Was this the x-ray that was done in this case?
Yeah, there's probably more than one x-ray, but this would have been the initial x-ray where the body bag is sealed up, so you're trying to figure out what do we have in there. Like I said, sometimes there are bullets that are loose, sometimes there are weapons that are in there, sometimes you've got some other things like clothing, as in this case. So we will just do a scanning x-ray before we open the bag so we know what we're dealing with.
And you talked about like projectiles. Is it possible for the jurors to see here any projectiles or any, foreign objects that were in the decedent's body?
Yeah, I mean, I know what I'm looking for, but the thing is that some things may look like projectiles, and say up in the left upper corner, that you see that opaque area, well, those are zippers. So, you have to kind of know that everything that's may have metal in it can look like one thing or another. But I'm looking at the body trying to determine what do I need to look for. And so you can see projectiles in particular as you look at it, to your left is going to be the decedent's right side of the body.
Now, as far as property, y'all also log all the property that they come in with?
Yeah, I mean, I will describe what jewelry is on the body and leave that, mainly because our volume was so great that if you tried to take all the jewelry off and then keep track of it, there's always potential you can lose it or the family won't get it. So our goal was to try and leave things like that alone. Things that are separate, like say a wallet or things of that nature, yes, we'll take those out. They're sealed up, and then they're either released to the police or they're released to the family, depending on the circumstances.
State's Exhibit 35, was that the currency in the property that was on the complainant when he came in?
Yes.
And again, just documentation?
Yeah, and I took a photograph of it so that it showed how much there was. And then I believe I released that to the police, since the circumstances to me were somewhat unknown, so I'd let them deal with who they release that to, if they release it.
Sure. All right, and so now we're going to go into the autopsy itself. Now, in State's Exhibit 6, and we have it here in the PowerPoint, can you describe to the jury what position is this when you use this position?
All right, so what you're seeing is what we call the anatomic position, and that's a standard position. So it's an individual standing up with their palms out. Now, that doesn't mean that's the position they were in when they received the injuries. You just have to pick one so that you can say, okay, this is going from right to left, left to right, so you know what, and in this case, we'll talk about one of those wounds where the way that the wound was received may not be the way that it is like that. But you just pick that as a standard. So, you know front, you know back, but that's what you work from, or what I work from when I'm describing my report.
In a homicide investigation or a homicide autopsy, would you agree with me that bullets are moving when they're shot from a gun?
Yeah, it's got velocity to it, so yes.
And is it fair to say that when a lot of times in homicide investigations or autopsies, an individual's body may be moving when they're shot?
Yeah, well, the bullet's moving, the individual that gets shot can be moving, the person who's shooting can be moving, or all of them are happening.
And so what we see on TV with CSI, it's not that way when it comes to the actual true science in the doctor that's doing the autopsy.
Television has been a blessing and a curse, because you don't solve these things in 15 minutes like they do on TV. So it isn't as easy as they may make it on television.
Now, they may make it look easy. I want to talk specifically about this case, and you and I have had a chance to work together many times over the years. Would you describe this autopsy in particular as straightforward or complicated?
No, this was a very complicated autopsy. You have injuries that are occurring to the front, the back, the side. They're taking weird courses or tracks where the bullets are going. So it is a very complicated case.
And you've been performing autopsies in 2020 for how many years?
Well, since 1987 in Dallas and 1986 in New York, so a long time.
Fair. Now, I want to just go through them with you one by one. We'll start number one and walk through this. State exhibit number one, what are we looking at? Gunshot wound number one.
Yeah,
What
so-
are we looking at here?
Yeah, so wound number one, and I have kind of a legend down here. So the solid circles are your entrance, the open circles are the exits, and then there's this little circle with an X through it, and that's going to be a re-entrance. So in this, the dark circle, Judge, can I step down?
You may.
There you go, sir.
That's probably overkill. So wound number one, the entrance is in the back. And then the exit is in the front. And this one took a rather unusual course in terms of what it hit. So it got the spleen and it got the stomach, but it also entered into the chest cavity. So it went through the retroperitoneum, that's that back portion. And so it got several organs, it got the lung and it got the heart, and after it got the heart, it went out the chest. So it's a kind of a torturous course that it took. But following the track, that's what it went through. And in the retroperitoneum, that is that back portion, there was a projectile or fragment that I recovered.
And if we look close up here, at State's Exhibit number 10, what do we see here in State's Exhibit 10?
Trying to find what the easiest way is. States 10, that's the entrance wound to what I arbitrarily numbered as 1.
In State's Exhibit number 11, we talked about the close-up view. Is that the close-up view?
That's the close-up view.
And is there any, as it relates to the direction or the entrance itself, do you notate that and how the projectile entered the body, either directionality, did it come in an awkward angle?
Well, I mean, you don't measure angles. I mean, the body doesn't do well with trying to use a protractor. So, you know, you talk about where the entrance is. So the body is a curved surface. And, you know, you're talking about whether there's residue, there's no residue surrounding. It's got an abrasion, that little scrape around the surface, and that pretty much defines it as being an entrance wound. And so when it went through that, it went from back going to the front, went from the left going to the right, and then it went upward.
So that was the entrance. Over here on the chest in State's Exhibit number 12, what do we see here?
That's the exit wounds for gunshot wound or rifle wound number 1.
Moving on to wound number 2, what do we have here?
Yeah, wound number 2, as I chose this as number 2, was wound in the presacral region, so it's right at the sacral area. That wound then went through the musculature and exited over on the right lateral chest. So it was going from back to front, from left to right and upward. And it went through muscle. Didn't get into the cavity to hit organs.
So again, back here at State's Exhibit number 10, State's Exhibit 10, you have like a little placard down there.
Yeah, that's the wound right there.
And State's Exhibit number 13, is that a close-up of it?
Yes, it is. As you can see at the lower part's a little bit of the crease where the sacrum comes together and the buttocks come together.
Now, the exit wound on State's Exhibit 15, but that is the exit wound of State's Exhibit, or sorry, wound number 2, is that correct?
Yeah, there are 2 wounds that are in this.
Okay.
So in this is the exit wound of number 2. That's the entrance of number 10. And then these are not entrance wounds, though they look kind of like it, but they're not.
And again, the complexity of this autopsy.
Yeah, there's a lot of interposed material, be it concrete, be it glass, be it car parts, whatever it is, something that also struck the body. Could even be projectile fragments. There's just nothing I recovered out of them.
And when you say interposed, an interposed target, what do you mean by that?
Well, if a person fires a weapon through something, and some of whatever it is they are shooting through, some of that material hits the body, that is an interposed target. So that, like, for example, you shot through a window, and some of the glass hit the body. Well, the glass is the interposing target. And in this case, it could be one of several different things, or maybe not just one, maybe several different things that struck the body.
And so your testimony is not to say that this went through glass or anything. It's just, and there's a term for this too, correct? That what we see on the body here.
Well, around exit 2, the smaller stuff you tend to call pseudo-stippling.
And you didn't find any true stippling on the body, is that correct?
Right, stippling is marks made by gunpowder, and I didn't see any of that on the body.
And so,
this is an exit, you wouldn't see it on the exit anyway.
and so pseudo-stippling in a situation like this would be whatever came from that transposed target. If somebody shot off the ground and concrete or cement or something then came up and hit the body.
Whatever it was that hit it.
Correct. Fragment, whatever.
Yep.
Wound number 3. What do we have here?
Yeah, wound number 3 was a wound that entered in the kind of side of the buttock. And then that wound entered into the retroperitoneum, and it then deposited a fragment in the retroperitoneal region, and then it exited, it went through the small intestines, then exited the front of the abdomen.
Here in States Exhibit 16, what are we looking at?
Well, the 2 wounds there, but in particular, this is the entrance to wound number 3.
And so that would be the one furthest to the left and
He's tough on toys. That's why our monthly subscription puts heavy-duty playtime at your doorstep, so they can meet.
States Exhibit number 20.
Yeah, 20 shows 2 exit wounds. This is 3 and that's 5. But this, since we're talking about 3, that's 3. The upper exit wound.
Okay, so you have 2 exit wounds right near each other.
Yep.
I'll probably skip over that since we covered that is 3 and 5 though.
That is 3 and 5.
Wound number 4, what do we see here?
4 is a wound in the buttock region, you can see, and that one then took off through the musculature of the buttock and exited the flank in a real irregular exit wound.
And so in States Exhibit number 16, where would that be located? Maybe States Exhibit 17 is easier to see.
Yeah, this is the entrance wound to number 4.
Okay, right in the middle.
Right, and then up there is 3.
Exit wound number 4 in States Exhibit number 18.
Yeah, this irregular large defect is the exit to 4.
Wound number 5?
Yeah, wound number 5 is a rifle wound that entered in the medial or inner aspect of the left buttock. It then went through the pelvic region, hit the bladder, and then exited, well, as we saw earlier, right below exit number 3.
And so if they're on States Exhibit 19, it's kind of hard to see.
It is right here.
No, the glare probably doesn't make it very easy, but, and we've already covered the exit wound on 5.
Yep.
So wound number 6, what do we have here?
Wound number 6 is a wound in the left side of the abdomen, and adjacent to it, or well, a little bit inner aspect to that and a little lower, is wound number 7. And the reason I'm describing it like that is that 6 went through the intestines, went through the liver, and hit the right chest wall. 7 went into the abdomen, hit the intestines, hit the liver, and hit the chest wall. Because of the proximity of those wounds, I couldn't necessarily separate out, because there was one of them that dropped a projectile in the chest cavity, one that was in the chest wall. I couldn't separate out which one went to what. But they went together that direction.
And in States Exhibit number 18, is that the entrance wound?
This is the entrance number 6 at the top.
Wound number 7, what do we see here?
Yeah, as I just described, it was a little bit inner aspect of 6 and a little below it. And again, its trajectory is very similar to 6's.
And so States Exhibit 21 is kind of just a different angle of that portion of the body? Is that
Yeah, I shot the photograph so it shows the exit of 4 the entrance of 6, and the entrance of 7.
Wound number 8.
Yeah, 8 was a wound in the side of the left thigh. And that one went up through the muscle and embedded a projectile in the anterior abdominal wall.
And where is that portion of the abdominal wall?
Well, I mean, it's in this general area right in here.
Below the belly button?
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry.
States Exhibit 22.
Yeah, so you're seeing wound 8, wound 9. Both of them are visible.
States Exhibit 23. What is that showing?
Yeah, so 9, I just showed you that on the other photograph. It was on the front part of the thigh. This one went up through the muscle. It exited on the inner aspect of the left thigh, grazed the scrotum, and re-entered into the right inner thigh and ended up in the chest wall.
And so, and I'm sure sometime during your career, I've possibly done it at some point, ask a medical examiner, can you tell me what angle this person was shot at based off of what you see in your examination?
Yeah, it's very difficult to do that other than I use the probe to show just the kind of angle, just to get the line of entrance, exit, and re-entrance to show you. So the body has to be rotated in a format that when that shot occurred, it's going up this direction and the projectile's ending up in the chest wall.
So that was 8 and 9.
Yep.
Which was multiple entrances, exits, re-entry. When a bullet goes through either a transposed target or some tough material inside the body, whether it be a bone or something or an organ, or goes through and re-enters, what can happen a lot of times?
Well, you're losing, it's kinetic energy is the force that's that's driving the projectile on. So at some point it loses its energy. When it loses its energy, it stops. And so in this case, if that's the question you're asking,
sure,
is it's going through all of this and ultimately it comes to rest in the chest wall.
And sometimes will there be a deformity to the projectile as well?
Well, there can be if it hits something that causes it to be deformed, whether it starts out hitting something first or hitting it along its course.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping to hear. Wound number 10, what do we see here?
Well, 10 was an irregular wound, and I described it earlier. There were 3 defects. Well, you can see it here. So you had the exit to 2. You have the entrance 10, which is big and irregular. A couple other fragments that don't really go anywhere. And then you got other defects, and again, those only stay confined to the skin and the very soft tissue under it. So 10, it went into the side of the chest wall, and there's a projectile under it. So that one had to have lost all of its energy before it really hit the chest wall, and so it didn't go very deep, and it stopped there.
Would that be consistent with that projectile hitting concrete?
Could be, yeah.
And is that consistent, hitting concrete, would that be consistent with having this other pseudo-stippling on that right flank of the body?
Yeah, you're getting a lot of other material striking the skin surface. Whether some of that was other fragments, I didn't recover them, so they weren't there. But something did that. And something that was hit, and it was superficial, and this other one had lost its velocity before it hit really the skin surface, so it didn't go very far.
So if somebody was laying on the ground and someone were to shoot into the ground before it loses kinetic energy, you could create a situation like that.
Yeah, if it hit something and then hit the body, sure.
Let's see, number 11, what do we have here?
Yeah, number 11 is a gunshot wound, a rifle wound that hit the forearm. So in anatomic position, it entered on the front of the forearm, on the little finger side, and exited the back and thumb side. So it doesn't tell you what position the arm was in when the injury occurred, but when you're describing it anatomically, then it's be going from front to back, it's going from right to left, or medial to lateral, and upward.
And is that what we see here in State's Exhibit 25?
It is. You can see the entrance over here, and the exit is on that side, on the side.
Number 12.
Number 12 is a wound to the back of the left hand. And, you know, a lot of times you really can't tell which way it's going. But in this particular case, there's an abrasion there. So my opinion is that it went from the index finger side towards the ring finger side. Superficial, but it did travel that direction. But then when you put it in anatomic position, you're turning it this way. So if the wound was received this way, it's still going to, in anatomic, we were describing it, it's going the opposite direction.
And then wound number 13, what do we have here?
Yeah, 13 is a graze wound of the elbow, and I could not see, it was superficial enough that I could not get directionality as to which way it was going. I can't tell if it was going from above downward or from below upward.
So when we go back and we look at all of the wounds that you've identified, both superficial and not superficial, how many of these wounds would you describe as lethal?
Yeah, well, you know, all of them potentially can be lethal if, you know, you don't get treatment and you've got infection and bleeding, but there were several that were rapidly fatal. So the most rapidly fatal is one, because that went through the heart, went through the lungs, went through the spleen, but 6 and 7 went through the intestines and went through the liver. So those are lethal, would be rapidly lethal. And then 3 went through the intestines, 5 went through the bladder. So all those untreated are lethal, but some are more rapidly lethal than others.
And I think when we talked previously, I think we counted it up and it was 5 rapidly lethal wounds. Does that sound right?
That's probably right.
Objection, leading room.
Oh. 4 or 5.
And when you say rapidly lethal, what do you mean by rapidly lethal?
Yeah, that means that in some cases, well, in particular in number 1, even if that had been at the emergency room at Parkland, surgeons may say they could save them, but their odds are pretty minimal if you could save anybody. Means that you're hitting an organ that is critical to life, and to be able to fix that, you've got to fix the spleen, you've got to fix the lung, and you've got to fix 2 holes in the heart. And so in my opinion, those are the ones that's not survivable.
What, if somebody was presenting these wounds, what would you expect to see from them if you saw this happen immediately, what would you expect to see them presenting physically, if anything?
Well, I mean, you don't have a wound to the head, so, you know, in that particular case, they're bleeding. They would not be instantly unconscious, but they would be rapidly unconscious because of blood loss, and then they'd be rapidly dead.
And would you expect to see potentially rapid blood loss outside of the body?
Well, you could. There's a lot of different defects, so it's certainly possible to have external hemorrhage.
Sure. And have there been cases that you've worked that you might expect a lot of blood loss, but there wasn't?
Well, there are times that, yeah, that can happen because you can get other things. You know, you get through, like the lung and the heart, you could get an air embolus, you know, and the air gets in there and can block the heart and kill them. So you would expect you could see a lot of blood, and then you don't. So the answer is yeah. I mean, I've seen a lot of different things.
Sure. Okay. Now, as far as your ultimate conclusions, did you make a conclusion and have an opinion as to what caused the death of Melvin Noble?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
He died as a result of injury sustained from multiple rifle wounds.
And in your cause of death report, manner of death,
Homicide.
what does that mean when you classify manner of death?
Well, homicide, you're asking me what I define as homicide?
Correct.
Death at the hands of another person.
As far as the recovery of projectiles, did you recover projectiles in this case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Showing you State's Exhibit number 30, do you recognize what's here in the picture of State's Exhibit 30?
Yes, I mean, that's the barcode that has the number on it, and that projectile from the retroperitoneum would have been associated with wound number 3.
And again, we see the IFS number. Is that something that carries along with this case?
Yes.
And then you've documented on here where those were recovered from and what it was?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 33?
That's anterior abdominal wall. That would have been from wound number 8.
State's Exhibit 34?
Right chest cavity, that would have been either 6 or 7, and since I couldn't separate out the two, I can't tell you which one of the two it is.
Change is a part of life. It's also a part of your health. With the Quest Elite Health Profile, you're empowered to adapt and
Could have also been wound number 9, but probably it was the 6 and 7 because they were pretty close together.
State's Exhibit 32?
Yeah, right lateral chest wall, because you can see the projectile is deformed, is probably associated with 10.
And again, you're not testifying to what caused the deformity or anything like that?
No.
Whereas, and just for comparison, State's Exhibit 29, how would you describe that projectile in comparison to the projectile in State's Exhibit 32?
32 is, I'm sorry, which one is that?
So this is 29?
29 is not deformed.
Versus 32.
The tip of it is deformed.
And State's Exhibit 29, this was a projectile that you recovered from?
Right lateral chest wall, probably number 9.
And again, the reason for saying probably is because of the complexity, of this autopsy.
Yeah, you have a lot of intersecting tracks. You have things ending up in a similar area, and you're trying to follow the track to be as accurate as you can, but sometimes you can't really separate them totally out. But I recovered all of them.
Your Honor, may I have one moment, please?
Yes.
Now, doctor, just as far as those projectiles, those are then put inside those, I know this seems like a silly question, those are then put inside those envelopes, is that correct?
Yeah, they're sealed up in the envelopes, separately barcoded, and then all the evidence is placed in a sealed bag and then transferred into the evidence registration.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
37 through 42. Will you please take a look at those?
Right.
What is contained within State's Exhibits 37 through 42?
Well, these are sealed envelopes with the projectiles that I recovered at the autopsy.
State would offer State's Exhibits 37 through 42 for all purposes, previously tendered to defense counsel for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
This is in 37 and 42 are admitted to all.
Now, Doctor, the projectiles that are in State's Exhibits 37 through 42, these are also, so we put the photos in, right? That's what's
Right.
inside these photos,
Yes,
and there's biohazard stickers on as well.
yes, there are.
Doctor, as it relates to firearms, is a firearm a deadly weapon?
Yes,
Is it capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
yes,
Is shooting somebody 13 times, or at least 5 times, would you, as an expert on this, would you consider that an act clearly dangerous to human life?
yes.
We'll pass with it, Shauna.
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Bernard, you said you've been practicing for about 40 years?
Yes,
Okay. And you've done fairly to say thousands and thousands of autopsies?
I have.
Okay. And you implied that this one was complex, or had some complexities, is that correct?
It was complex.
Okay. And is part of the reason that it was complex is because if someone is in motion, if the victim is in motion or the person that's shooting the victim is in motion, that can mean that the bullet could be going in different directions. Is that correct?
Well, essentially the answer is yes, but the bullet will go wherever the bullet is aimed. But if the body is in motion or the shooter and the victim are in motion, the track can be unusual because of whatever position the body was in at the time it was struck.
So it's just where we're clear, it's not that this was some big complex autopsy because of the amount of shootings. It was complex because of the two individuals perhaps being in motion in the direction and the angle of the bullets.
Yes and no to that. I mean, when you have multiple projectiles, multiple injuries, those are much more complex than a single gunshot wound. But then when you add unusual trajectories, it makes it even more complex.
And this autopsy happened on August 12th, 2020, is that correct?
I think is November.
I'm sorry, November 12th, 2020.
11th, and then I did the autopsy the 12th.
Okay. And how long does it normally take you to do an autopsy?
Depends on the case. I mean, if it's a drug overdose case, then that might take an hour. If it's a case like this, it could take all day.
Okay. And you weighed Mr. Noble as 199 pounds, is that correct?
That's the weight we got, yes.
Okay, and as far as his height, you have about 5'7", 6'7"
Yeah,
inches?
yes.
And you were able to take some money off his body, or there was some money that came with his body, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was about $1,812?
Somewhere around that.
And when he came to, or when someone comes to the medical examiner's office, do they have their clothes on or they don't?
Depends. It's variable.
Do you remember if Mr. Nolan had his clothes on?
No, I believe he was nude because he had gone to the hospital, and then there was a bag with clothing inside the body bag.
And I do believe that the state had showed you a body bag, and at the bottom between Mr. Noble's legs, there was appeared to be like a circular object. Was that the bag with his clothes?
I believe that's correct.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about some of your findings. Can you tell the jury what is stippling?
Yeah, stippling, as I said earlier, if a barrel tip is close enough, mainly you see this in handguns, but if a barrel tip is close enough at the time of discharge, then you can get some of the residues from the barrel tip at the time coming out of the cartridge case that can strike the skin surface. So gunpowder can strike the skin surface if the barrel tip is close enough. Now, long arm weapons like rifles, well, you've got a lot longer, and a lot of times there's less opportunity to see that gunpowder striking the skin surface.
And can you tell them what soot is?
I'm sorry?
Soot?
Soot would be that blackish material that can be on there when it's a contact wound or a near contact wound.
And you didn't see any soot on Mr. Noble's body?
No, ma'am.
And that's often indicative of how far someone is or how close someone is when they're shooting. Is that right?
Yeah, that gives you, if you see residue, it starts giving you an idea of how far away the barrel tip was at the time of discharge.
Dad, what's with the parrot? It's to remind everyone that Sit and Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price or your mattress is free.
13 wounds to Mr. Or 12 wounds, if I'm not mistaken.
13.
13 wounds, okay, on Mr. Noble's body. And out of the 13, you noted that there was like one that had a pseudo stippling,
Yeah.
correct? And you didn't know any of them were suits, is that correct?
Yeah, pseudo-stippling, just to be clear, is not real stippling. It's some other material that has caused an impact to the skin surface, but it's not gunpowder.
And so that could have been if he was on, laying on the cement or something,
Yeah, could be.
or it could have been glass.
Potentially, although I didn't see any glass on him, and sometimes it'll make a kind of definitive pattern. I didn't see that.
And you're going to approach the witness. Now, Dr. Bernard, I know you said that you arbitrarily label the injuries. Is that correct?
Yeah, you got to pick a way to separate them.
Okay, and you label them from 1 to 13. Is that
Right.
right? And there is no way that you can tell this jury which injury happened first, right?
No, not based on this, no.
Okay, and you said that there was 5 injuries that were lethal.
4 or 5 that would have been more rapidly lethal than the others. Some of these could be lethal over a period of time. That is, bleeding, infection, but those that would require emergent surgery, there were at least 4 of them.
Okay, and with those 4 injuries that would require emergency surgery, is there an estimated time based on your experience and training that someone, if they were able to receive help, could have survived?
Well, number one, I don't believe anybody could survive that.
Okay.
The others, you'd have to get in and operate on the liver, the intestines, but potentially you could get to an operating room and maybe they'd survive, maybe they wouldn't survive. But what I call number one, I don't believe any surgeon could save them.
And how quickly can someone bleed out from the other injuries, the other 3 injuries that you were seeing?
The others, well, that would be slower bleeding than through the heart. But it's trying to give you a specific time period. I wouldn't be able to do that. The liver is a very vascular organ, so you could bleed out quickly from those injuries.
Okay, and then the other, you noted that there were some superficial injuries as well, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that means that they didn't enter the body, it just kind of contacted the skin, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, some of these are at weird angles. They're hitting the hands, they're grazing the arm, like tin, which is already deformed by the time it hits the body, doesn't go very far. So those are coming at weird angles, a lot of them, or the positioning is weird when it happens.
Thank you. And Dr. Bernard, sometimes the ME goes out to a scene when injuries happen or when someone's death occurs. Did that happen in this case?
Yeah, that's more on television.
Okay.
And in the small jurisdictions where you don't have 5,000 autopsies in a year. I have gone to scenes, usually it was when there were police shootings, so you needed someone who was independent to go in. But in a case like this, plus being transported to the hospital, you're not going to the hospital on those.
So it's fair to say to this jury that you don't know anything about the case other than what the injuries were of Mr. Melvin. Is that correct?
Essentially, that's right. I mean, obviously, someone else shot him, but that would be the totality of it.
And you don't know who that person was that shot him, is that correct?
No, I have no idea.
No further questions, John.
State.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Minutes with the case queue.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. You're free to leave. State, call your next witness.
State will call Dr. Graham. Doctor?
Doctor, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Doing fine, thank you.
Would you please introduce yourself to this jury and spell your name for the court recorder?
Yes, my name is Randall Graham, Graham. First name Randall, Randall.
And Doctor, how are you currently employed?
I'm a neurosurgeon with the Methodist Health System here in Dallas.
And where are you coming from this morning?
From Methodist Dallas Hospital.
And I apologize. Did you have surgery this morning?
I did, yes.
And what type of surgeon are you?
I'm a neurosurgeon.
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm just trying to reopen my PowerPoint. And so the jury just heard from Dr. Bernard, a medical examiner, retired with Dallas County. Neurosurgeon, you're a brain surgeon, is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to kind of just jump right into things because I know you've had a busy day, and I appreciate you coming down. November 11th of 2020, do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to put this calendar that's in for demonstrative purposes up and put it up next to you. November 11th of 2020. What were you doing that morning?
That morning, I was working at Methodist Charlton Medical Center.
And where is that at?
That is at near the intersection of I-20 and 67.
Okay. And doing morning rounds, surgery that morning, if you remember?
That morning I had morning rounds, and I think I had a small operation that I had to do.
Okay. And at some point, did you begin to leave to go to another facility?
Yes, I left.
Hospital, excuse me.
Yes, I left Methodist Charlton to go to Methodist Dallas.
And how did you? What roads did you take to get there?
So from Methodist Charlton, I took I-67 north, and that joins into I-35 north.
And as you were driving north on I-35, did anything happen out of the ordinary?
Yes.
What happened that morning?
So as I was going northbound on I-35, in 2020, there was quite a bit of construction on that highway around that time. And I recall as I was going northbound, I heard what I would describe as repetitive, loud banging sounds. And it was not clear to me exactly what types of sounds those were. I just assumed maybe it was something from the construction. Then suddenly traffic slowed down, which again, not terribly unusual for there being so much construction there, but being a little bit unusual for the time of day, which was around noon. And then suddenly traffic pretty much came to almost a stop.
Just, I want to stop you right there for a second. When you originally heard those sounds, and anything in your mind, what did you think those sounds were?
At the time, I really thought it was just something to do with the construction. I didn't have any sort of context or knowledge of what that sound was.
And as you talked about the highway there, were there any shoulders or any sides? I mean, or was the highway kind of completely under construction at that time? Do you remember?
Yes, at that time there were no shoulders. It was almost a sort of an overpass situation with guards on each side.
And so as the traffic comes to a stop in front of you, is anything going through your mind at that moment that this is anything but traffic or anything like that?
At that instant, I thought it was just traffic from construction at that instant.
And then as you, did you come to a complete stop there?
I did.
Okay. And what happened once you came to a complete stop?
Shortly after coming to a complete stop, there was an even louder sound of essentially almost an explosion on my windshield. And that was a very different sound, followed by some glass and shrapnel pretty much going into my face and neck. And at first I didn't really know what was going on until I looked on the windshield and saw a hole in the windshield. And I just immediately thought that must have been a gunshot.
And once you saw this thing that you believe might be a gunshot, or must have been a gunshot, did you look around and see anything out of the ordinary?
Yes, very shortly after that, a black male essentially sprinted by my vehicle, in front of my vehicle, in front of the passenger side, and ran alongside the passenger side of my vehicle. And then chasing him was another black male with what appeared to be an automatic rifle. And the second gentleman stopped at the front passenger headlight of my car, and he appeared to take aim, and he took what I remember to be 2 shots. And then he turned and actually looked at me through the windshield. He was wearing a mask, and we locked eyes for probably a second or two, and then he turned around and ran off, going northbound.
And what was going through your mind at that moment?
I mean, I really thought that was going to be the end of my life.
So, I want to back up just a second. As you come to a stop, do you remember which lane you were in?
I was in the left lane.
Okay. And when you first saw the first black male running towards you, do you remember what side of the vehicle he was on? If you're looking for, was he on your left-hand side or right-hand side originally?
Right-hand side.
Okay. And the individual, second black male that came running by, was he on the left-hand side or right-hand side?
Also the right-hand side.
Okay. And so, as they ran past, do you know how far the first male got past you?
I don't recall.
Okay. As far as the shooter, did he ever go past your front right passenger door?
I don't think he did. I think he took those final shots and then went the other way.
We're going to show what's been marked as State's Exhibit 47. Do you recognize the vehicle in State's Exhibit 47?
Yes, I do.
And I have a smaller photo here just of that. Do you see that?
Yes.
And State's 47 is already in evidence. Whose vehicle is that right there?
At the time, that was my vehicle.
Okay. And did you know that the victim was laying there behind the back right tire when you were in your car?
I did not.
At this point, it appears that the gunman is gone, correct?
Correct.
What were you doing at this moment when you were in your car, if you remember?
I remember.
Ask privately with duck.ai. Visit duck.ai.
And then I called 911 from my car.
And then from this spot right here, at what point did you realize that the victim was on the ground at or near this location?
I didn't realize that until much later.
Okay. And did you stay here in your vehicle?
Sorry.
Did you stay right here in your vehicle that we see in State's Exhibit 47?
At this moment, when this picture was taken, I must have been in the vehicle still, in the driver's seat.
And
yes.
why do you say that you must have been in the vehicle still?
Well, after I talked to the 911 dispatcher, I actually pulled forward and pulled my vehicle over towards that right guardrail, probably about 25 yards northbound of that.
Okay, so we see that vehicle to the right-hand side?
Correct.
Is that where we see the billboard kind of in that area? Is that kind of where you move your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Doctor, I think last time we met I showed you a video of yourself out there. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You see kind of your blinker on there in the video with the victim on the ground. So when you pulled over, we're looking now at a photo, a live photo from an iPhone. Had the victim been moved, or is that where he was at in relation to your car? And your car is just now not in the picture. Does that make sense?
Correct.
That's that question.
No, I understand the question. From my recollection, the victim was not moved.
And so we don't see your car here anymore, but it's not that it just disappeared. You moved your car, correct?
Correct. My car would be in front of that silver truck.
The silver, it looks like a four-door Ford truck with a van and a green shirt.
Correct.
And so that in State's Exhibit 47, you can actually see the billboard that's on the other side of the truck a little bit better. But can you describe to the jury what you're doing in this video with the victim?
So I'm administering CPR.
And at what point did you realize, how did you find out that the victim was on the ground right there?
Well, after I pulled my car over, I got out of my car, and there was a group of Hispanic women who, if I remember correctly, they got out of a minivan, and they were screaming in Spanish, and one of them actually grabbed me, and she must have seen me wearing scrubs and pointed over to what was the victim, and he was laying on the ground, and so that's when I approached him.
Now, you talked about when what must have been a bullet struck your car, you were hit with debris or shrapnel. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Did you know how seriously you had been shot or wounded at that point?
I did not.
But you still got out of your vehicle and came over and started performing life-saving measures?
Yes.
Or attempting life-saving measures?
Yes.
Explain that, just how that works in that situation for yourself.
Well, I mean, I think there was a lot of adrenaline in this situation. It was all very confusing, and it's just, I think at that time, what people do under situations of that type of stress is they sort of go back into their most basic training, and so for pretty much all of my adult life, I've been trained to try to help people who are in dire medical situations like this.
And when you were trying to do what you could in this situation, based off what you were observing as a neurosurgeon, as a doctor, what did you observe as far as what the victim was presenting as far as symptoms or signs of trauma?
Well, there were multiple wounds. He was completely soaked in blood. There was quite a bit of blood on the pavement, and he really wasn't breathing normally.
And when you say he wasn't breathing normally, what do you mean by that?
Well, in situations of severe brain damage, we see this pretty frequently. There's a phenomenon called agonal respirations, where it almost looks like the victim or the patient is taking these very short gulps of breath, or attempting to take very short gulps of breath with long, kind of several second breathless intervals in between them. And that's a sign that the overwhelming majority of brain tissue has been completely starved of oxygen, and the very basic primitive respiratory centers in what's called the brainstem are trying to initiate breaths, and so that reflex causes the diaphragm to spasm. Those aren't functional breaths. They don't actually get enough oxygen to the lungs, and they don't actually clear enough carbon dioxide, but it's recognizable as a very short, very dramatic gulp, or almost like a bucking type of maneuver. And that was already obvious in this gentleman.
When somebody presents with these signs of trauma and symptoms, even with all of your training and background and experience, was there anything that you could have done in this situation?
It's highly doubtful. I don't think I've ever seen someone survive once those respirations have been that obvious. I don't think I've seen someone actually survive.
I'll pass it with Sean.
Good afternoon, Dr. Graham. I just want to ask just a couple of questions about what you observed. What you said is that you saw two people running, is that right?
Correct.
And they were running towards you, correct?
Yes.
There was one person in front and one person behind, correct?
That's right.
The person in front, what did they have in their hands?
I don't remember seeing anything in his hands.
Okay, do you remember seeing a weapon?
I don't.
Do you remember seeing a cell phone?
I do not.
Do you remember seeing a bag?
No, I do not.
Did you observe the person that was running towards you in the front? Did you observe them at a vehicle?
I did not observe them in a vehicle.
Did you observe them near a vehicle?
No, I did not.
Okay. The second person that was running behind the first person, did you observe that person in a vehicle?
I did not.
So you didn't observe whether or not there was anybody, where there were any vehicles involved?
I did not see any vehicles involved.
And therefore, whether there were, you don't know. Whether there were people inside, you don't know.
That's correct.
And then you said that the second person that was running, that person, you observed that person have a firearm.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that they then sort of were near your car and were shooting?
Yes.
And the first person, did you how far away were those two people?
I don't recall how far away they were.
Were they right on top of each other?
No.
Okay, so there was some distance.
Correct, there was some distance.
Okay, and then you said that you described that person as the second person you described as a black male, is that right?
That's right.
Was it a light skinned or dark skinned black male?
Probably between, I would describe.
Like a medium skin?
Like brown skin.
Brown skin?
Black
Okay.
male, correct.
Okay, but it was a black male that was brown skin versus say a Hispanic person that was brown skin?
Yes.
Okay, and what type of, did you describe any clothing?
Yes, he had some sort of a vest on, and he had a face covering.
Okay.
And I remembered him wearing a shirt that was like a greenish brown type of shade.
Okay, so greenish brown shirt with a vest.
Correct.
And then you said something over his head.
Face.
Something over his face.
I could see his eyes, but I could not see his nose or mouth.
Okay, so there was something covering the bottom of his face.
Correct.
Was there anything covering his head?
I don't think so. I don't
Okay.
recall.
Okay, but what you observed, what you just described, is when the person was standing near your car.
Correct.
Okay, but you whatever you observed, you could not identify that person.
No.
You could not say who that person was.
No, I could not.
Based on all of the things that you were able to observe, were you able to determine how the situation began?
No.
Were you able to determine where the people, other than them running, could you tell whether they had originated from the north or the south?
They had originated from northbound because they were coming from northbound.
They were coming from northbound.
They were coming from north of where I was situated.
They were in front of you.
Correct.
Okay, but do you know where they had originated in terms? I mean, they didn't, obviously appear just randomly on the highway.
Correct.
Do you know where they originated?
I'm sorry.
Prior to being on the highway, do you know where they came from?
Oh, no, I do not.
Okay. Do you know anything about any of the parties involved?
I do not.
Have you met with the district attorney's office?
Yes,
How many times?
twice before this.
The first time, was that in 2025?
I think it was before that.
It was before 2025, possibly 2024?
I think so.
Okay. And the second time?
The second time was just a few weeks ago.
And were you, when you met with them, were you told about what was going on?
No.
What the accusations were?
I was told about the charges.
Were you told or given the name Melvin Noble?
No.
Were you given the name Marquise Conway?
No.
Were you given the name Keywan White?
No.
Did you talk to any of the other witnesses?
I did not.
Did you talk to anybody that was out on the highway?
You mean after, I'm sorry, when I was...
Excuse me, I'm so sorry, and I don't mean to cut you off, sir. I do
It's okay.
apologize
No
for that.
problem.
At the time, did you talk to any other people that were on the highway?
So during the incident?
Correct.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Once Mr. Noble had been put into an ambulance, he eventually was put into an ambulance, is that right?
Sorry, who's Mr. Noble?
Once the decedent was put into an ambulance, did you stay at the location?
No, I did not.
After you were sort of relieved of your duties or you weren't doing anything to help the decedent, did anybody come talk to you or ask for a statement or ask you what you remember or anything like that?
Well, I was taken to the hospital to treat my own injuries.
Okay,
But
and then at the hospital, did anybody come?
no.
Okay, and so when's the first time that you talked to a law enforcement officer?
At the scene,
So you did talk to somebody at the scene?
yes.
Okay, and did you tell them what you told us today?
I described what happened to the best of my ability.
Okay, and what you described was a person that had on something covering the lower part of their face, right?
Right,
They had on a greenish brown shirt.
right. Yes.
Did you say anything about what they had on the lower part of their body?
No.
Okay, and that they had a firearm?
Correct.
And that there was another person that was in front of them that was running at them? I mean, running, the person who you described as having the gun was running after someone else?
Correct.
From your perspective?
Yes.
But you didn't have any other information?
I did not.
Did you watch any of the videos prior to your testimony today? For example, the video that the state just showed you?
Yes.
You had seen that before today?
Yes.
When did you see it?
I saw it in the district attorney's office
Do you recall when?
a few weeks ago.
Okay, and then what about in the meeting in 2024?
I watched them too.
Okay, so you watched it twice?
Correct.
Okay, and why was it shown to you so you could remember what was going on?
What's the question?
Did they show you the video when you met with them to help refresh your recollection about what had happened in 2020?
I didn't ask them why they showed it to me.
But they just...
Harbor Freight Tools are working hard in real garages across America, like at Nico's Automotive Shop in
Did you end up, I heard you say that you talked to the police at the scene before you went, before you left, correct?
Yes.
Did you talk to any civilians, non-law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and who did you speak to?
While I was doing CPR, a gentleman who told me he was a resource officer.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You can't repeat what somebody else told you, but my question is, did you talk to, you said you talked to another gentleman out there, is that right?
Yes.
And then anyone else?
An EMT who was looking at my injuries. I spoke to him too.
Okay, and any other civilians, like just regular people?
I called my wife.
Okay, sure, and I mean, that makes sense, of course, but I'm saying just on the highway, regular people, non-law enforcement, non-medical, other than the resource officer that you just talked about.
I also called my office and the
Okay.
people I was supposed to do surgery on and
Sure. I mean,
told
just
them
the
no.
people that
that I
were
wasn't.
physically there with
Oh, so people on the highway?
Yes.
Yes, their objections sustained. Counsel, allow the witness to finish his thoughts.
Absolutely, and I just wanted to clarify my question. So I'm sure you make phone calls. My question is about people that were physically there also. Anyone else that was non-medical, non-law enforcement that you spoke to?
Other than the resource officer, no.
Okay. Dr. Graham, we're sorry for your injuries. Thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
pass the witness at this time.
State.
Yes, just briefly. Doctor, who all did, can you please finish the question you were answering about who you called while you were at the scene?
So I called my staff to let them know I probably was going to miss the afternoon's appointments and surgery, and I called my wife after I spoke to police and spoke to the EMTs.
And from there, where did you go?
From there, I was taken to the Methodist Dallas emergency room to be evaluated.
And were you treated there?
Yes.
Do you see what's on the ground in the video behind you? Is that your phone, or do you know whose phone that is on the ground behind you?
I don't know whose phone that is.
And in State's Exhibit 47, that's your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And we see the decedent there, correct?
Yes.
Do you see what appears to be a shoe?
Yes, there does appear to be a shoe.
And then what appears to be a phone?
Yes.
State's going to offer State's Exhibit 50, which is a notice of intent to use business records, and State's Exhibit 51, which is Dr. Graham's medical records from that day previously tendered to the defense counsel. Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Any other questions for this witness?
Nothing further from the defense.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Defense?
No objection from the defense.
Thank you, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all need another short break before we continue? All right, let's take a 15-minute break and be back at, let's see, let's be back at 3:35.
All right.
The future of home shopping is here, and it's only on Homes.com. Introducing Homes AI.
to proceed?
The state's ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
The defense is ready to proceed, yes. I'm gonna be asking for a hearing outside the presence of the jury.
For what reason?
For the next witness, because I believe that they're going to be testifying about evidence that was collected at a location that's not attached to my client. And so I wanna flesh that out before this person testifies in front of the jury, so that if I make my relevance objections and the court agrees, that we don't run the risk of the jury hearing things that ultimately the court has determined is not relevant to this trial.
What's the state's position?
Your Honor, this is a house that is searched as part of the investigation. As you're aware, there's multiple co-defendants. This is one of the houses that was searched as part of this investigation.
Okay.
So I can't call every witness at the same time. I'm putting this person on now because there's so many witnesses. And he searched this house pursuant to a search warrant in regards to the investigation of the death of Melvin Noble. Therefore, it is relevant to this jury because it was part of the search in this case.
And may I respond?
Yes, go ahead.
So the location that this law enforcement person, excuse me, I don't want to call you the wrong thing, search is an address that's located on a street called Britain. My client, and
Never know when the moment's come. The lights are on, ready to go.
It's about to go off.
charges against my client, anything that was seized or found or confiscated or investigated at that location are not things that are tied to my client. So it's not, he's not there, his phones are not there, his clothing is not there, mail is not there, there's nothing associated with my client. And so from our perspective, the state has an obligation to meet the elements of the charges against Kewan White. And the evidence that they need to produce or present has to tend to support those elements. And these are pieces of evidence or facts that don't tend to support that don't tend to go to the elements that they have to meet beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay. Is this correct? I mean, if there's nothing connecting this defendant to the evidence produced by this individual, then why are we calling him?
There are phones that come from the house. There are firearms that are also tested in this case to eliminate, because there's two houses that are known houses to be associated with the group. This house specifically is a house that is tied to the co-defendant, Devin Brown, who was first arrested in November of 2020. That is the first house. There are multiple phones and other items, including DVR and firearms, that are taken from that house that are part of this investigation, that include evidence that were used for testing, cell phone extractions that have messages and communications amongst the parties.
That tie into this case?
Correct.
Okay. And that are relevant to the state's
Correct. Yes, Your Honor.
case?
Correct.
In this case?
Correct. In
Is that
fact,
right? Okay.
yes.
And I don't want to.
Okay, listen, I don't know what the facts are going to show from this witness, and I'm not about to put him on twice, outside the presence and in the presence. So it looks like you're going to have to make trial objections, okay?
Okay, and Judge, if I can.
Your objection is noted.
Okay, and if I can just make the record clear, that the court is denying the defense's ability to voir dire this witness outside of the presence of the jury, so that in the event that the court hears things that are not relevant or are overly prejudicial to my client, that we cannot make that determination outside of the presence of the jury, that the jury would hear it, and I would just have to object and potentially have them use what they hear that the court determines they shouldn't have heard against my client as they're delivering.
Well, you just said a mouthful, but what the court is saying is that should the state ask a question, an answer to which would be irrelevant or hearsay, or tend to bring up issues not associated with this defendant and therefore would be prejudicial instead of relevant, you make your trial objection. And if you need to examine this witness outside the presence at that time because of issues that the state feels would be important regarding whatever your objection is, then I would ask the jurors to go back to the jury. Otherwise, we're going to proceed with this witness and you will make your trial objection.
Okay, and I'm just trying to be proactive because none of the fire.
I understand, but I overruled your objection. Let's slide number 3.
So are
Smith?
I don't know.
You've made your objection, you've preserved your error. I'm gonna need everybody to calm down. Let's bring the chairman. And that's a warning to the state as well. Don't waste the court's time or the jury's time trying to elicit from this witness evidence that would not be relevant to this trial.
All right.
Y'all may be seated. We're back on the record. The record will reflect that the defendant is present, the state is present, the jurors are present and seated. The state ready to proceed with their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
The state calls Detective Beezy.
Detective, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
You may.
Thank you. It's Detective Beezy, correct?
Yes.
Detective, how are you currently employed?
Just spell your names for me.
B as in boy, A-Z-A-N.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a detective with the Dallas Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Dallas Police Department?
29 years.
And as a detective, specifically, what division are you in with the Dallas Police Department?
I am currently assigned to the personnel unit. I do background investigations on all the applicants who are wanting to become police officers now. Prior to that, I was a crime scene detective for 14 years.
Can you just briefly tell this jury a little bit about your training and experience, specifically as it relates to processing crime scenes?
Well, I went through our 2-week-long crime scene school within the department. I learned how to fingerprint. I learned how to process trace evidence. I learned how to preserve trace evidence. I've also been to 2 photography schools at the FBI Academy. I've been to a Nikon photography school. I've been to a shooting reconstruction school, a post-blast investigation school through the FBI and through the ATF. And I think that's the gist of it.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Now, Detective, you're aware of a murder that took place in November 11th of 2020, correct?
Yes, correct.
You did not, in fact, actually work the physical crime scene there on the highway, correct?
No, sir, I didn't.
Now, did you help investigators in subsequent and follow-up searches that were done as part of that investigation into individuals or houses or places associated with that offense?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 511. Do you recognize 511?
Yes, I did.
And what is 511?
This is a copy of the search warrant that was presented to me when I processed the house on 33rd and Brighton Street.
3030 Britain?
Yes, or Brighton Street.
And it's Britton?
Correct.
Would you mind taking a look at State's Exhibits 512 through 588, please?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to this witness's testimony as it relates to a location at a street called Britton, as it is not relevant to anything related to the charges pending against Kewan White.
Thank you. What's the state's response?
Your Honor, this is the location that is associated with one of the co-defendants. It was searched pursuant to an investigation of these individuals, and the detective on this case who will
These individuals meaning the defendant and the co-defendant?
there is conversation. There will be testimony about this specific house going through other witnesses, including the lead detective on this case, and other civilian witnesses who are going to testify about this location.
That connect this defendant?
Correct.
Okay. Your objection's overruled.
I'd like for a running objection. I'd ask the court for a running objection, anything that this witness testifies to, as it relates to anything found or seized or whatever at the location at Britton does not have anything to do with my client, that is highly prejudicial, as it relates to character evidence and all kinds of things, that we're gonna ask for a running objection.
That's overruled. We'll make the trial objections as objectionable material conduct. Thank you.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit number 512 just being a Google map photo of that location?
Yes, correct.
And then 513 through, sorry, I said the number wrong. It's 513 through 611? Does that sound right?
Yes.
Now, State, you mentioned State's Exhibits 512 to 588. Are you going beyond that to 611?
Yes, Your Honor, I was wrong. I had 588 out of order. It's actually 512 is an aerial map from Google Maps, and then 513 through 611 are all the photos, correct?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 511 for record purposes and 512 through, or 511 for record, 512 through 611 for all purposes.
Which one is the reference? This. May I take the witness on board iron?
Me?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Hi, sir. I think that you had looked through all of these pictures, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had indicated that these are the photographs that you took?
Yes, ma'am.
And there's a huge number of them, is that right?
Yes.
And they depict the inside and a little bit of the outside of an address that's located on Britton Street, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you had photographed some of the items that were inside of and a little bit outside of that address, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And did you seize anything?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and in investigating or in being able to go inside of this address, were you authorized by a court or a judge to be able to go into this address?
Yes, ma'am, we had a search warrant.
Okay, and that search warrant was it associated with somebody named Kewan White?
I don't remember who it was associated with. I just know that we had a search warrant. I looked at it, matched the address, and that was good to go.
Okay, do you recall whether or not there was a name listed in the search warrant?
No, ma'am, I don't remember.
If I showed it to you, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. May I reapproach? I'm going to show you a document that's listed as State's Exhibit 511. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then if you flip through it, is there a name listed with like a date of birth and a race and a gender about who the search warrant is about?
There's only a name on here for Devin Maurice Brown.
Okay, is that the same as Kewan White? That's a silly question, but is Devin Brown the same name as Kewan White?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then if you look through this search warrant, can you identify for me where it talks about information related to an allegation of murder occurring on November 11th, 2020? If you do take your time, you just look through there and you see whether or not it has anything about that.
I would see a world in 20 to 30 years where most of the coal in the world was being pre-processed by fast form technology before it was ever used as a fuel. Why? Because the most valuable aspects of the coal are being burned. People will look back and say, can you believe we just used to burn it? We were heating the house with $100 bills.
No, I don't think I saw what you're referring to.
Okay, so as far as you're aware, included in the search warrant that authorized you to go into the house in Britain, you're not seeing anything that is referencing an allegation of murder that occurred on November 11th, 2020?
I don't think so. I don't believe so.
And then in the items that you either photographed or seized, do you recall, and you tell me if you want to come, if you want me to bring your pictures back to you, do you recall any information, physical piece of evidence, writing, letter, document, anything that referenced, identified, or talked about somebody named Kewan White?
No, I don't believe so.
Was there anything that you recovered from this house at the address on Britain that you have learned specifically belongs to, owned by, operated by, controlled by, anything Kewan White?
Not that I've been told.
And then, oh, I took this out. I put it backward. Can I reapproach the witness, please?
Yes.
If
Your Honor, is this, the witness on board iron, or is this cross-examination? Because I'm gonna object.
Objection?
Yes, I'm gonna object that this is outside the scope of a board ire on this witness.
Your objection is sustained.
Okay. Can you tell me when that document was signed?
It was signed on at 8:59 a.m. on November 19th, 2020.
November 9th. Can you say it a little louder? I'm sorry.
November 19th at 8:59 a.m. November 2020.
2020. Okay. So after November 11th.
Yes.
Okay, so it's your so you don't have any information about Keywan White, is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew my objection again, that this is outside of the board diary and this witness on his knowledge. I mean, she's gone, these are asked and answered, and this is cross-examination territory.
Sustained.
I'm going to be objecting to, based on the voir dire of this witness, that the search warrant that authorized him to go into to the location located at Britain, none of that talks about a murder allegation occurring on November 11th, 2020. The search warrant was dated November 19th, 2020, after the allegation of murder, and it still doesn't make any reference to the murder. He's already testified that any of the evidence that he sees or photographs that he took don't have anything to do with the Keywan White. He identified somebody named Devin Brown, and therefore I'm going to object to the relevance of any documents or pictures or seized items. I'm going to further object to the prejudicial impact of anything that he would testify to that has zero connection to my client or the allegation that's pending against my client.
Thank you. State's response?
Can I just ask him one question real quick?
Yes.
Or can I ask him a couple since Detective Zahn, I'm showing you, do you recognize what's in front of you?
Yes, sir, I do.
What's in front of you?
These are the Dallas Police Department crime scene field notes. So,
Okay.
would you like me to explain it, or?
What, just in regards to this, are these your field notes?
Yes, sir, they are.
Now, you were not the lead investigator, you were not a homicide investigator, you were only a crime scene investigator in this case, correct?
That is correct.
Can you tell me what the purpose of you being called out for the offense in this case on your field notes was for?
Well, the purpose was to process the house to retrieve evidence that was used in an offense.
Is it possible to investigate a murder before a murder happens?
No.
So if you were doing a follow-up investigation on a murder, it would have had to have happened after November 11th, correct? Or the day of?
That is correct.
Couldn't happen on November 10th.
No.
This case number here at the top, 201916-2020, what is that number associated with?
That would be the number that's associated to the murder that happened on November 11th, I believe it was.
Okay. But your only involvement was to search this house?
Yes.
And under offense, what was the reason or the offense that you put?
I actually put F/U, which is short notes for follow-up.
And what's the next word that you have on
And
there?
it's dash murder.
So this was a follow-up for the murder, but the legal mechanism, you weren't the person who got the search warrant from a judge, right?
No, that was not me.
But a judge signed off on allowing y'all to search.
Correct.
And you processed it for a follow-up to a murder.
That is correct.
And the case was for the...
I'm going to just object that he's reading from a document that's not entered into evidence.
What was the purpose of you searching 3030 Brighton?
To pretty much process the house and recover any possible evidence that might have been or could have been used in that murder.
Okay. And are you in the best position to talk about how this connects this defendant to that house, or are you only testifying to processing this house?
I'm only testifying to what I did at the listed location.
Again, under offense, you had it for
follow-up to a murder.
And the case, what was the case that you assigned this to? That this case notes fall under when you upload them?
That will always be attached to that murder.
So it's part of that murder investigation?
Correct.
All right, the defendant's objection is overruled. State may proceed.
Are states 512 through 611 admitted?
Admitted for all purposes. States 511 is admitted for express purposes only.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's quite a bit of photos here. I'm going to try and move through them quite quickly because I know we're getting towards the end of the day and I'm sure the jury's tired of us. States 512 aerial photo.
Correct.
513. What do we see here?
That's just a placard stating the date and time that the scene was processed, and it has a case number, and and the photographs were taken by me, which is my initial, my last name, and my badge number.
So if other people processed other scenes associated to this murder, including the murder scene itself, would that case number be on those placards as well?
Yes, sir.
Or should be at least,
It
right?
should be.
This is the house in 514.
Yes, sir. That's just an aerial frontal shot of the house.
And when you process a house, just briefly, I think you're the first crime scene person, so I don't want to rush you too much, but when you process a house, is there a certain protocol or standard that you do in processing a house, as far as photographing, documenting, collecting, preserving evidence?
Well, usually, the way I used to do it was I would always photograph the house first, just to show, just to show where I was at. And then the next shot should probably be either a close-up of the numerical address that should be on the post. And then from there, I work my way into the house as I'm taking pictures. And I usually start to the left for some reason, so I would take a picture of the first room, do a complete 360 of the room, and then go to the next room, and then try to have the pictures lead to the next room. So if you were to lay down all the pictures, it should be a complete 360 of each room.
And as far as, sorry, Your Honor, 1 second. Is it fair to say you took a lot of photos?
Yeah, I've always been known to be photo heavy, so.
So even though there's 100 photos here, that is just a small portion of how many you actually took.
Yes. Well, you can never take too many photographs, and sometimes you just have to follow the scene. Sometimes the scene is complex. There's a lot of stuff to photograph. There's a lot of evidence that you have to take pictures of. So you just have to work the scene. And if the scene requires a lot of photographs, and then you take a lot of photographs.
And then also, you kind of, if you're collecting a piece of evidence or find a piece of evidence, you kind of do a far out.
Yes, sir. So what we do is we take overalls, and then we take mid ranges and close ups. So if I was gonna see that red button, for example, I would take an overall picture, kind of standing where you're at, taking a picture, and then I'll take a mid range shot, and then I'll take a close up shot to show you the progression of the seizure, as opposed to just a red button in the middle of a wall where you have no idea where it's at. And then I would proceed with the same series of shots with the evidence marker next to it.
And then even then, when you take it to the property room at Baylor Street, photos there as well, right?
Yes, I also photographed it there. If it needs to be photographed. Most of the time, like a weapon, like a knife or a gun or a screwdriver or fire cartridge casing, there's more photographs to take on top of that.
And it's okay to admit you like taking photographs.
I kind of did.
All right, thanks, Detective. All right, and I'm going to move through some of these again fairly quickly. Jumping into 516, we're moving into the house, and again, each room you go in and kind of take photos.
Correct.
Clockwise, is that how you typically do it?
I would try to do it clockwise, but a lot of times you have to be able to adjust to the scene.
Sure. Again, just moving through the house, 518. The first room we see 519 entering into the room, 520. Kind of again moving through the room, 521. Is this you, 22, just documenting everything as you walk into the room and take photos?
Yes, usually I would take them from one corner and then stand on the opposite end and finish the 360 through the other side.
523, 524, again, all photos are just moving through the room.
Correct.
525. Then you get a different angle, 526. And what do we see up there on the TV in 526?
Looks like the security footage.
527, would this be the closet?
Yes.
And then back out in the hallway, 528. 529, what do we have here in the hallway closet?
That would be the little hall closet where the water heater is, I believe it's water heater or AC is located, and it's a DVR that's all hooked up.
And was that one of the things you seized from that location?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Detective, I'm showing it's been previously marked as States Exhibit 708. Do you recognize States Exhibit 708?
Yes, I do.
What is States Exhibit 708?
It is a DVR player that's depicted in that photograph.
Swan DVR?
Yes.
And this is what you collected?
Correct.
State would offer States Exhibit 708 for all purposes.
I'll object to the relevance for all of the reasons I've just named, but also relevance of the physical box.
Thank you. Your objections of the rules, State Exhibit 708 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you. States Exhibit 530. Now we're moving on from that closet into what appears to be a living room.
Correct.
531, 532 is now looking into what appears to be a kitchen.
Yes, taken from the living room.
533, another angle of that, just different perspective, and then you can see, what do we see in the background?
The background will be that little hall closet with the DVR in it.
And then to the left of that, in between that closet and the TV, what do we see?
That would be like another hallway leading to more bedrooms.
534, just another angle. 535, is that what we saw back here in 533, all the, in the middle of the photo, towards the back?
Yes.
So that's that bedroom back there in 535?
Yes.
Again, you're taking a walk around the room, 537, 538. Do you try to document every, like all the...
I used to get completely thrown off when one of my kids got sick, because one doctor's visit meant rearranging everything. But I never want to risk just waiting things out. So now, I turn to 24/7 virtual care with Teladoc Health First. In minutes, a real doctor walks me through exactly what's going on and what to do. No waiting room or complex forms, just care that I can rely on. That's what peace of mind actually feels like. Learn more at teladochealth.com.
542, what type of bags are those?
Looks like Gucci bags.
543, what do we have here?
That would be a receipt from Manhattan Jewelers in Arlington, Texas.
And name appears to be for Chicago.
Yes.
Does that jewelry store mean anything to you? And does the name Chicago mean anything to you?
No, not at all.
But again, you documented that, correct?
Correct.
Moving back out into the living room, 544. See a small bathroom, it looks like, in the background?
Correct.
Documented some more. 546, table. 547, 548, 549. What do we see in 549 that you were photographing?
That is a cell phone on the floor, kind of underneath the couch.
And you put it, and so you photograph like that, and then you put a placard next to it in 550?
Yes.
Okay. And then zoomed out with the placard?
Correct.
States Exhibit 552, what do we have here?
That is a pistol on the floor in between what I labeled as the couch and the sofa.
States Exhibit 553, is that just a close-up of it?
Yes, sir.
553?
That's an overall shot of it.
555, what do we have here?
That was an AR-15 style rifle that was located underneath the sofa cushions.
And then is that it with placard number 3 in States Exhibit 556?
Yes, sir.
Gunner, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
Now, these guns have been declared clear by the bailiffs as well as Detective Barnes.
I was assured of that fact.
Thank you. Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as, sorry, start with this one, 841. State's Exhibit 841. What type of firearm is that?
This is an AR-15, just like a Smith & Wesson model MP-15.
Can I have 1 moment, please?
Yes.
And are you able to identify that as being the firearm that you collected from that scene?
Yes, it is.
How can you identify it as such?
Every time I seize the firearm, I would always mark it in the same spot with a marker or a metal scribe. And both of these firearms have my markings in the magazine well of the pistol and the AR-15.
And then in State's Exhibit 1136, do you recognize that?
Correct, I do.
And what is State's 1136?
This will be I believe it was a Glock 19 pistol.
Both 841 and 1136 are firearms?
Yes, they are.
And you photographed these as well when you processed them at the property room, is that fair?
Well, it's actually our processing area. We have a little lab in the back of headquarters, and that's where we process our evidence. So.
And you would have photographed the serial numbers on those as well, and you verified those before coming in here?
Yes.
As well as your markings?
Yes, just because it's better lighting than a house, so I just took my pictures.
I get it. Now, you are a licensed peace officer, correct?
Correct.
Are all crime scenes, personnel, are they all licensed peace officers in the state of Texas?
No, we have both sworn licensed peace officers and civilian investigators as well.
But being a licensed peace officer, that means you have T-pole training, you can carry a firearm.
Correct, I can.
Is a firearm a deadly weapon?
Yes, it is.
Capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
Yes, it can.
This time around, our state would offer State's Exhibit 1136 and 841 for all purposes.
May I take the witness on the iron? Detective, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Those two items that the state just showed to you, you said that you recovered those from the Britton house.
Correct.
And you had testified previously that there's not an association of a key on white to that address, is that correct?
I believe so, correct.
And in your collection or your knowledge of those two firearms, do either one of those firearms have anything to do with the allegation on November 11th, 2020?
I didn't have no idea at the time. Like I said, I just processed the house based on the information I was
Are
given
you
to me.
aware now?
I'm aware that they were that they could have been used in the scene, but I was never told. I never got the ballistic report.
Let me stop you right there. Did you just say that you were told that these were used at the scene? Is that what you just said?
Yes, I did.
Is that what you meant to say?
I was told that they were believed that they were used at the scene.
Do you know now that they were not?
I have no idea. No, ma'am, I didn't know.
As far as you know, there's no association with those firearms and Mr. White, is that right?
I have no idea. I was never told that I was never given the ballistic report, or I never reviewed the ballistic report to show that they were used anywhere.
Okay, so you don't know, you can't even make a comment about whether they're relevant.
I wouldn't say that because I seized them, and if they weren't important at the time, I wouldn't have seized them.
Okay, but you seized them for a warrant related to guns and drugs, not for a warrant related to investigating a murder, right?
I'm going to object again. This is outside the scope of a voir dire of a witness.
I'm going to object to the relevance of the two firearms that were seized at the Britton house, and I'm going to further object to the admission of those firearms as being more prejudicial than probative, and they don't intend to show anything that the state would need to prove as it relates to the allegation from November 11th, 2020.
Thank you. Does the state have a further response?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to mark state what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1137, which is Detective Bazan's field notes, which state the case number as well as the offense as a follow-up to a murder. And again, there's going to be additional witnesses that are going to come forward and testify before this jury as to the relevance. All he did was process this house.
All right, defendant's objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 841, 1136. And have you shown State's 1137 to the defense?
I'm tendering it to defense now and offering it for all purposes based off of false impression that's being left in front of this jury as to the reason Detective Bazan was searching. Regardless of the legal mechanism that allowed them to get into the house, Detective Bazan has testified his purpose of being there. And if they want to question the witnesses who did the search warrant, they can do that. But I'm offering that for all purposes based off of false impression that's leaving in front of this jury.
And we object. This document contains a whole bunch of other stuff. It contains all kinds of hearsay. And there is no false impression with the jury because he was there pursuant to the search warrant that's already entered into evidence.
Okay, does the defense want to redact that document?
Sure, absolutely. When
You all
would you like to do that?
you all can get together and see what you want to redact on that document?
Sure.
States 1137. Otherwise, states 841 and 1136 are admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, to make it even easier, or just for purposes of this, and if the court would like to review my approach,
Yes.
I'm more than happy to redact and take the second page off, and I will supplement this at a later time, and I will take everything off underneath the word complainant, and I would offer only that portion as to the reason Detective Bazan was there. And I'll supplement it later. I'll do it.
I mean, my objection to it still stands. I'm objecting to the document, period.
Sure.
For any reason, in any way.
Okay, so
it's
you're not
hearsay.
asking, I thought you said you were requesting a redaction.
I want, if it's gonna be entered, I want to redact it. I can't
Okay, so
make that
that's what
determination.
he's redacting?
I can't tell the court whether or not I'm okay with that or not. I need to be able to review it. I need time to be able to see whether or not I want to make a counter to what he's offering. I don't know.
Would you hand her that document to review?
Removal of the second page.
That's it?
Okay. All right, State Exhibit 1137 is admitted as redacted.
Okay. For all purposes?
For all purposes, without the page 2.
Permission to publish to the jury?
You may.
And where it says S/U murder, that's the third line, correct? Detective?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, correct.
All right, detective. There were a number of other items that you seized from this house as well, right?
Correct.
And these are all documented within the photos that you took as well, correct?
That is correct.
So if the jury wants to go back and go through all these photos, they can go through all the photos and see exactly where you collected all these from?
That is correct.
All right. Governor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. James Martin, State's Exhibit 713, 715, 717, 719. Do you rec?
18 or 19?
713, 715, 717, 719. Odds only. Do you recognize 713, 715, 717, and 719?
Yes, I do.
And what are those exhibits?
These would be cell phones that I recovered from the living room.
Did you do, other than collecting them at this location, did you do any of the extraction, cell phone extraction, and or review of the contents from any extractions that may or may not have been done?
No, I did not.
Do you have any idea whether there's anything relevant to the murder investigation contained within these?
Dad, what's with the parrot? It's to remind everyone that Sit and Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price or your mattress is free.
It's Sit and Sleep's Labor Day sale. Save up to $1,400 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable sets.
Free!
Is the homicide unit different than the physical evidence section?
Completely.
When you process a scene, or when PES processes a scene, you may do it at the request of homicide, is that fair?
Correct.
But how you process, or PES in general processes, is based off the protocols and procedures with PES, is that fair?
That is fair. Your glasses, sir.
We take you to the 713, 715, 717, 719.
These are not separate exhibits. Like you're not saying this is part of this.
It all goes together.
Can I take a witness on board iron?
Yes, you may.
Sir, these phones were seized pursuant to a warrant involving the investigation, based on your warrant, investigation of narcotics sales, correct?
I don't know if it's narcotic sales. I just know it was a warrant to process the house.
But the affidavit, you have to get an affidavit to get a search warrant, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so the affidavit has to explain why you should get the authority to go in and seize anything, right?
That would be the case detective that does all the legwork.
Okay, you read the affidavit that was attached to the search warrant, right?
Well, I read it right now.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
Okay, and in that affidavit, it was about narcotics and guns, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so these cell phones were seized during the investigation when you were there with the authority to search for narcotics and guns, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Any of these have anything to do with the Kiwan White?
No idea.
Do they have anything to do with the people or person that was at Britain?
I have no idea, ma'am.
Do you even know who was at Britain?
No. I just processed the scene.
Okay, so you can't testify whether or not this has any relevance to anything that occurred on November 11th?
No, I don't.
Okay. And do you know who any of these phones belong to?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm gonna object to the relevance.
Thank you. The state's response?
Your Honor,
These
one
cell
moment.
phones?
Yes, Your Honor. One moment.
Yes.
same as it's been to the previous objections which have been the same objections. Again, there's going to be additional witnesses that are going to testify throughout the course of this trial as to the relevancy of this house and the location. As the court is well aware, we have to prove up the beginning of the chain of custody as well as the end of chain of custody for any type of evidence that may or may not be relevant. Detective is on at the beginning of the chain of custody for all of these items, and there will be additional evidence and testimony regarding this house as this trial progresses.
That will tie in these cell phones, specific cell phones, to this case?
Correct.
And just in response to that, then my objection would be that against them being admitted for all purposes at this time then.
Okay, you asking me to admit them for record purposes at this time?
I maybe, yes, I guess for record purposes, but certainly not for all purposes, since this detective doesn't know anything about the relevance or what's on them or why they were seized or who they belong to.
All right, State's Exhibits 713, 715, 717, and 719 are admitted for record purposes at this time.
Nothing further than state, Your Honor.
You pass the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, defense?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Okay, Detective Bazan, and I want to say it correctly, Detective Bazan.
Yes.
Okay. So again, you were a crime scene investigator for many years with the Dallas Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Obviously, you're in a different role now, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But in 2020, you were not only a licensed peace officer, but you investigated crime scenes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, obviously, when you're a part of a investigative team, it's not as if like nobody is sharing any information about anything, right?
Correct.
I mean, you guys are talking about, this is what we're doing, or this is what the significance is. I mean, you're having general conversations as a team, right?
Correct.
And in fact, you, as a crime scene investigator, have to know something about what you're doing, because that's how you're able to make a determination about whether something is relevant and should be seized, or not relevant and not be seized, right?
Correct.
In other words, if you were investigating, the kidnapping of a dog, right, you would need to know that because maybe the dog's bowl and the dog's leash and whatever else might be relevant evidence, right?
Right.
But if you didn't know that, then you wouldn't know that you maybe needed to photograph and seize those things, right?
Right.
So in this case, you received the authority to search a residence, and let me back up and draw on your extensive police training. You're aware of what it takes to get a search warrant in the United States, right?
Yes.
In other words, and especially a search warrant to go into a house, right?
Right.
And why is there like an additional level to get a search warrant to go into a house? Like, why is it like a little bit harder to do?
Well, because I guess a case detective would have to determine what they need and where it might be in the house.
And would that case detective also have to say, I believe specifically that there's something going on in this house that may be related to a crime?
I've never written a search warrant, but yes, I would assume so.
Yeah, but you've been a police officer for a while, right?
Yes.
And you have taken several search warrants to scenes to then go do your job, right?
No, I haven't.
You don't generally take search warrants to scenes?
I have never taken a search warrant.
Okay, do you know what the search warrant says before you go?
Yes.
Okay, so you're just saying you don't physically take it with you?
I've never written a search warrant. I've only executed when I was in crime scene.
Okay, but that's what I'm asking you. That you have executed search warrants, and so you know what's required and what it contains in order to get you inside of a house.
Correct.
Right, that's what I'm asking you.
Okay.
My question may have been a little bit confusing, so I apologize. And so you know that included in a search warrant that right?
Mhm.
Yeah, sorry.
No,
say that
I'm gonna
again.
object to relevancy. A judge has already determined and signed off on the search warrant in this case that there was probable cause to go and search this house based off that judge's knowledge and review of the search warrant and the affidavit and signed off on it. I don't know what the relevance is.
I don't think that's the direction of defendant's question. Overruled. Go ahead.
And so in this instance, you maybe didn't physically take the search warrant paperwork with you, but you reviewed it before you entered into the property on Britain. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, because you're not gonna go into a property unless you know that you're allowed to legally be there, right?
Yes, because my main concern is, do I have a warrant? And that's it.
Right. And if you have a warrant, then you need to know what you're allowed to go do while you're in there, right?
Right.
Because a warrant isn't a blanket like go do whatever you want, right?
No.
It's not. It's specific, right?
Right.
And in this case, the warrant didn't say, we're investigating a murder that occurred on November 11, 2020, and we think that there are elements of this crime inside of this house on Britain, specifically A, B, C, and D. That's not what this search warrant said, right?
No.
This search warrant didn't even mention an investigation of a murder allegation occurring on November 11, 2020, right?
Right.
This actually had to do with an investigation related to narcotics, right?
Correct.
And I guess guns as well, is that right?
It's all tied in, narcotics, guns.
Okay, and so you then have that knowledge and you go in and that's what you're looking for, right?
Right.
Okay. And in this particular case, a specific person was named, is that right?
Correct.
And that person was somebody named Devin Brown, right?
Right.
And in this particular case, no Kewan White was named, is that right?
Not that I saw. Correct.
And any of the items that you seized didn't say Kewan White on them, is that right?
Correct.
None of the firearms that you seized had, that you could tell belonged to Kewan White?
Not that I know of.
You don't know whether or not any, or maybe you do now, that any of the firearms that were seized had anything to do with the shooting on November 11th. Maybe you know that now. Do you know that now?
Yes.
Okay. So none of the firearms that you seized had anything to do with the shooting on November 11th, correct?
I have no, well, at the time I didn't know.
Do you know it now?
I'm assuming I know it because we're here, but I was never told that this is this or this is that. I'm just here to
So
tell.
your testimony is that where you are now, have you met with the state of Texas before today?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
Once?
Have you?
Twice? Maybe?
Okay. What, do you think it's once, do you think it's twice?
Twice.
Okay. Have you talked to any of your other law enforcement colleagues as relates to this case?
No.
So the preparation that you did in anticipation of your testimony today is that you didn't talk to any of your colleagues, is that correct?
Correct.
And you met with the state of Texas once or twice?
Probably twice for sure, but phone conversations and stuff, so here and there.
So more than twice?
Probably three, maybe three times, two or three times.
Okay. And in the course of those conversations, they didn't share with you that any of the firearms seized from Britain were connected to anything that happened on November 11th? They didn't tell you that?
I don't remember. I mean, they might have, but it's been a while.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to them?
A couple of weeks ago, or right, a couple of weeks ago maybe.
Okay, so it's been a while since you talked to them, but roughly about a couple weeks?
Mhm.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so you don't know, and the cell phones that you seized, you don't know who those belong to, is that right?
That's correct.
You don't know whether or not they belong to Kewan White, right?
I have no idea.
Devin Brown, right?
No idea.
Anyone else?
No.
Do you know whether or not any of them were associated with Melvin Noble?
No.
Do you know if any of the firearms were associated with Melvin Noble?
No.
Do you know whether or not the Britton address had anything to do with Melvin Noble?
No.
Okay, so you don't know really anything about the allegations of November 11th?
I just know that there was a murder on November 11th, and I went to a follow-up regarding the murder.
Okay, even though your search warrant didn't say murder follow-up?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't my search warrant, somebody else's.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Maybe, I guess.
Okay, or just you don't know?
I don't know.
I'll pass it in.
State?
None of them state, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be released?
No objection.
Subject to recall.
All right. You're free to leave right now, but stay in touch. Ms. Jackson, would you raise your right hand for me? All right. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. State your name.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jocelyn Jackson, JOCYLYNN, JACKSON.
And can you introduce yourself to the jury? Tell them who you are.
I'm Jocelyn,
Okay. What do you do for work?
insurance.
How long have you been doing insurance?
4 years.
And do you have children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
I have 2 boys,
How old are they?
13 and 11.
What's the name of your 13-year-old?
Trey,
And your 11-year-old?
Duke.
Now, Jocelyn, did you want to be here today?
No.
In fact, you have to be subpoenaed to come here. Is that right?
Correct.
Have you been harassed about being here today
Yes.
by the state or other people?
Other people?
Your boys, are they pretty active?
Yes.
What do they do?
They play football.
Both of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other sports?
No.
Did you grow up here in the DFW area?
Yes, I did.
What part did you grow up in?
I'm from North Park.
North Park?
It's like North Dallas area.
And what high school did you go to?
I went to Lancaster High School
When did you graduate?
in 2012.
Do you roughly remember some of the folks that you went to high school with?
Yes.
Your oldest son, Trey, is that his real name or is that a nickname?
That's his nickname,
What's his real name?
Devin.
And is he named after his father?
Yes, ma'am.
What's his father's name?
Devin
And his last name?
Brown.
How'd you meet Devin Brown?
Through a mutual friend
Do you remember when y'all met?
in 2011.
So would that have been roughly after you had graduated high school or right before?
I think, I graduated first. So I met him after I graduated. So I take that back. It was 2011 when I graduated.
How'd you meet?
Through his friend.
Who were those friends, if you remember?
His name was Florida.
What was that?
His name was Florida.
Florida?
Mhm.
Okay. What do you know Devin as, or what do you call Devin?
Chicago.
Why do you call Devin Chicago?
Because he's from Chicago.
Pretty self-explanatory, right?
Yes.
So when y'all met, did y'all start a relationship soon after?
Yeah, you can say that, yes.
What would you call it?
We was, I guess it was a relationship.
Okay. How was that relationship in the beginning?
It was good, like any other relationship. It was cool.
And at some point you find out that you were pregnant with your son?
Yes.
And how was your relationship during your pregnancy?
It wasn't really good
Why is that?
because it was just drama. He had an ex-girlfriend that he was talking to. It was just a lot of drama, and we just used to get into it.
But y'all stayed together enough to have a second child, is that right?
Correct.
You had Duke 2 years after you had Trey?
3 years in 2015.
At some point, did y'all decide to stop seeing each other?
I decided to stop talking to him in 2018, July 2018,
Why was that?
because we used to fight a lot, like physical fight, get into it, hit each other, fight.
How did you end up ending that relationship?
I moved. It was the end of my lease term at my townhome, and I just moved, and I didn't tell him where I stayed at for like 6 months. And I just stopped talking to him, like just cold turkey.
During this time, were y'all at least communicating about your kids?
I was trying to communicate to him about my kids. I was trying to get him to assist with like daycare and stuff like that, but it wasn't, we wasn't like talking like that. He was, no.
Enough where you didn't even want to let him know where you live, is that right?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, did y'all start talking again and trying to co-parent the boys?
Yes, we started talking probably, I moved again after that to the place that I was at, and we started talking again, but I mean, like pretty much our co-parenting relationship wasn't like it wasn't a healthy co-parenting relationship, so.
Explain what that, if there was a co-parenting relationship, I mean, what that even was.
It was more so of me trying to get him to help financially with my kids. We will always have falling outs about that. Him getting them, him seeing them more, being more active. That was the type of co-parenting relationship we had. Like, I was always upset about him not doing something or stuff like that. So I wouldn't necessarily say it was a co-parenting relationship where I can call him and, it wasn't a good co-parenting relationship.
Would he provide some financial support or none at all?
He would sometimes when he wanted to.
What about the boys? Did he ever make time to go see them?
Yeah, he saw them sometimes when he wanted to.
Was it
When it was convenient for him.
Was that on a consistent basis?
No.
How often, maybe a month, would he see the boys?
I can't say. Not a lot. It wasn't a lot. I had them majority of the time.
What was your relationship with Devin like in 2020?
Same stuff. Arguments, about getting the kids, arguments about helping financially. It was the same stuff.
Were y'all on speaking terms or not really?
We was on speaking terms sometimes. If he didn't make me mad about something, or if I feel like he didn't do something that I needed him to do. But as far as like talking, no, we didn't really communicate with each other like that.
Trey, your oldest son, when's his birthday?
November the 1st.
November 1st.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember if you had a birthday party for Trey November 1st of 2020?
No, I don't think so.
Or maybe a joint birthday party for the boys?
Mm-mm. We never did joint.
Do you remember if he did anything with Trey for his birthday back in November 1st of 2020?
I think he bought him a hoverboard, but as far as like a party, no, I don't remember. I don't. It's so long ago. I don't.
At some point in 2020, did you start seeing other people?
Yes.
Who were you talking with November of 2020?
MO3.
And MO3, you know him as Melvin Noble?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you call him?
Momo.
How did you and Momo meet?
We met on social media, on Facebook.
Do you remember roughly when that was?
Like 2017.
So y'all known each other for years.
Yes.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So Facebook, that's prior to trying to date now. How did y'all introduce each other on Facebook?
I think we was in a Facebook group called Keys to the Streets, and I don't even remember how. I think he inboxed me or inboxed my mom. He inboxed my mom first, then he inboxed me. We exchanged numbers, and that's how we began to talk.
What was it like in 2017? I mean, were y'all meeting up with each other then, or how?
No, we wasn't meeting up. We were just on the phone talking sporadically. I call him, he'll call me, we'll talk, chat. That was it.
What were your conversations like with him?
Just talk about stuff on social media.
And did that relationship grow over the years?
No, well, when you say grow, what do you mean by that?
Well, how did you get from maybe talking on the phone every now and then to something more serious?
We didn't start talking serious until 2020.
Do you remember when? Is that the month?
July? I don't remember.
Now, what made you decide to finally start talking to him seriously?
We had each other on Snap. I was selling plates, and he wanted a plate, so he came and bought a plate. He came to my mama's house. He bought a plate. We talked for like a long time, and then it went from there.
You remember the kind of things that y'all used to talk about?
Everything, his whole life story, music.
How was he when he was with you?
Very goofy, very talkative, very, he just talk a lot. He just always had a story to tell.
Was he funny?
Yes, he was funny.
Did he make you laugh?
Yeah.
When you said that you were selling plates, he came to get a plate. And were we talking about food?
Yeah.
What kind of food would you make?
That day?
Or in general, when you selling plates?
I was trying to test something out. So I had started selling plates to try to see if I can make money selling plates. That particular time I made like some chicken, mac and cheese, some yams. But it was just like a little test run. It wasn't something that I was doing for a long time. I was just like, I'm gonna see if I can sell plates. And so, yeah.
And then when he came over to come get that plate, y'all ended up talking for a long time?
Yes.
And how did your relationship progress over the months?
We started going out and stuff, going bowling, hanging out. He would come to the house, to my house, and play Connect Four with my family. And they'll be. Yeah, he was real good at Connect Four. So during that time, it was like a Connect Four war between him and my family. So he'll come over there, play Connect Four, take their money. It was just a big thing. So, and then I think that's really how we ended up talking for real, because I seen how he interacted with my family, and I don't really bring people around them like that. So I was like, okay, they like him, so cool.
And when you say Connect Four, I mean, we're talking about that old school
Mhm.
with the little circles. One team is red, one team is yellow.
Yeah,
But he was really good at that Connect Four.
yeah, he was good at it.
Did you ever play with him?
I wasn't good, no.
You-
I wasn't interested in playing Connect Four. I wasn't good at it.
And you said you would come over and talk to your family. You have a big family?
I do.
Okay. How many brothers and sisters do you have?
I have one brother and I have 3 sisters.
And in fact, y'all have the same first initial. Is that right?
Correct.
And that, how did that start? Like, how are all y'all have the same first initial?
My daddy name is James Jackson, so we all got J's in our name.
I want to talk about, I mean, you know why we're here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about November 10th. Okay, this is the day before Melvin was murdered. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Did y'all have plans to see each other that day?
Yes, we had plans the day before. He was telling me that he was flying down to come see me. He was in California. He said he was going to come to my house when he left from California.
Do you remember what he was doing in California?
Music stuff, from my knowledge, music stuff.
And November 10th, do you happen to remember that was a Tuesday?
The Jimenez family are having battery issues, but an AutoZoner helps them find the right Duralast battery.
Don't miss the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Remember what y'all were doing day of November 10th?
We was talking. We was just, I really don't even remember. We was talking. I know I cooked that night, but talking, just chilling, nothing.
He ended up staying the night with you?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly about what time he left on November 11th?
I'm gonna say it was around noon when he left, 11ish or noonish when he left.
And were the boys, were your boys with you? Been in the boys' lives or seen them recently?
No.
This was kind of out of the blue?
Yes.
Did you have, at that time, did you have regular visits with Devin?
No.
Were you and Devin directly communicating at that time?
No.
How, if y'all were communicating, how would y'all communicate?
Through my son.
So, your son Trey, he had a cell phone?
Yes.
And so if you needed to get in touch with Devin, would you use Trey's cell phone to talk with him?
Yes.
How old was Trey in November 11th of 2020? How old was he back then?
He was 8 years old.
And you said that Melvin left your apartment around noon?
Yes.
What do you recall happening next after he left?
My sister called me probably like 30 minutes later, and she was like, what?
Sustained.
At some point, did you find out what happened to Melvin?
Yes.
What was going through your mind when you found that out?
I just knew it was just something fishy. Like, I just knew that it was something fishy. I was sad, I was angry.
Did he seem like he was in fear of his life while he was with you, November 10th through November 11th?
No, he never seemed like he was in fear of his life when he was with me.
When you said it seemed like it was something fishy, why would you think that? Objective speculation. It's your own personal thoughts around it.
If you know, if you know the answer to that question, if you're going to guess, then don't.
What?
What was the question?
Why did you think that there was something fishy surrounding his death?
Okay, and my instruction to his to you as if you know, then you can answer.
Because he was leaving my house, and I just felt like somebody had something to do with it.
Did a lot of people know where you lived?
No,
Why is that?
I didn't let people know where I live at.
At some point, did you or a family member contact police on November 11th?
I believe my mom contacted the police.
Did you speak to police that night?
Yes, ma'am.
What were your concerns?
I felt like my address was given out to someone. I felt like somebody had followed him from my house, or I felt like, anybody would think that that was my concerns.
Were you aware of the public beef with MO3 and other artists?
I was.
You want to know first look at this? Well, actually, I'm gonna hold off. Okay, you said you met with police officers on the night of November 11th, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said it was because that you were concerned that someone knew where you lived?
I was concerned. I felt like that, can I say? Knows where I stay at is my kids' at, so I feel like my address was given out.
When you say your kids died, you're talking about Devin Brown?
Yes,
So you felt that Devin Brown had something to do with knowing that Melvin was at your house?
correct.
And why would you think that?
Because I asked my son, did his dad ask him about it?
And hearsay.
It's her own, it's her, she just said, I asked my son.
Right.
She didn't, go ahead.
I asked my son, had he talked to his father, and if he asked if he was there, because he had been asking, can he take them out? So my intuition clicked, and that's the first thing that came to my mind.
And did you actually see Trey's phone?
At the time, no, I don't remember, no.
You said that in Trey's phone, that's how you were communicating with Devin. Is that right?
I didn't communicate with him. I don't believe through his phone. When we wasn't on talking terms, I don't think I was reaching out to him during that time.
Did you later go to the Dallas Police Department and get interviewed by a detective, Chris Anderson?
Yes,
And did you remember bringing your phones, both your phone and your son's phone, to that interview?
I do.
And what was the point of doing that?
To show that I didn't have anything to do with it, and to show for the police to do whatever investigation they needed to do to rule me out.
You want to approach?
You may.
Okay, Josh, so I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 732 and 735. These were the consent to search that you had signed with Detective Anderson, is that correct?
Correct.
And the date on here, the date is November 17th of 2020, is that correct? At 12:15?
Yes,
And do you recognize your signature on both pages?
I do.
And then one was for an iPhone 8. Do you recall if that was Trey's phone or your phone?
That was my son's phone.
And the iPhone 11, that was your phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 732 and 735 that have been previously submitted to your defense.
And which phone does 732 correlate? That iPhone 8 or the what?
iPhone 8 is for 732.
Thank you.
commissions to 732 and 735.
Thank you. State's Exhibits 732 and 735 are admitted for all purposes.